Damn, sooner or later, I'm gonna have a goddamn
Hello, raising up.
I can't deny her though. She's my bestie. She's my bestie. That's my bestie. Your pair of eyes had me paralyzed. Toxic nigga, but you made me to a better guy. Smoke, but with you on forever, ever. I could watch you all day, girl, like you televised. You think like this nigga, they ain't never lied. I left the bitches alone, I had to pick a side. Look in your eyes, girl, you were hypnotized. Of course, it was your breasts, hips, and them damn thighs. Close my eyes, I'm still mesmerized. Trying to get mad at my bestie, I tried. That's my bestie, my pretty.
I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. I heard she's the one, she's got it going on. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. She don't take no mess. My bestie is the best. That's my pretty eyes, baby. Yeah, yeah. Oh.
Hey, it's Put Your Eyes on Me, Pretty Eyes T. What's up, everybody? I'm back with another trial, the LORIVALLOWDAYBELL trial, the DoomsdayCultmom. She is accused of conspiring to commit first-degree murder of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. And she is claiming self-defense, that it was a tragedy. It was a family tragedy, and her brother shot him in self-defense, and there was no conspiracy whatsoever. So anyways, she is representing herself, which is always a joy to watch pro se defendants represent themselves. So let's get into it. We're a half an hour behind. That way, when the court goes on break, whatever, we can bypass it. So anyways, let's get started.
Service. The jury should be getting up to their jury room here on the side of the courtroom any minute now. When that happens, we will bring in juror number 16 for some questioning.
Uh-oh. They may lose a juror.
When juror 16 comes into the courtroom and answers the questions, I'm not going to allow a recording of that. So we won't record. There will be no media recording of that. If my staff could bring in juror 16.
Uh-oh.
Are all the jurors here? We've excused juror 4.
So they're losing people left and right. They lost one yesterday. Now they're losing another one.
Stipulation.
And now 16's going to come in and answer questions. How many did they pick? 13? They're left. This is going to be a toughie. Because I don't know if they have 12 jurors and how many alternates, or if this is only a 6-juror trial. Because last time I remember there was 10 male jurors and 3 female jurors, and one got excused yesterday. So they must only have 6 jurors on this jury. And the rest are alternates. So the juror's going to answer questions. Then we'll get into the court proceedings. This is just wild. Like, LORIVALLOW can't keep any jurors. Oh, shoot. How long is the jury questions for? I've never seen this before. This is kind of wild. See, I knew to start late, and then I start late, and this is what happens. What a bunch of crap. Okay. We need sound. Hello, we need sound. Sound. Audio now.
What?
There.
Walked into the house, proceeded forward, saw a patient on the floor to the right, proceeded to the patient to start an assessment and evaluation.
And then Captain Keller had already come in.
I'm pretty confident, yes, he would have been quicker getting off the truck and inside.
And so you did your assessment, and then what?
Please
My
make sure
assessment
you hit the
revealed
like,
that
share,
he was
subscribe, all that great
unresponsive,
stuff.
no
I'm trying to
pulse,
get
no
to 1K.
breathing, so I
Thank
would
you.
have started CPR, started chest compressions.
Did you do that with his shirt on?
I would have lifted that out of the way so I could find the proper landmarks.
So you had said that you saw that there was, let's see, 2 gunshot wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you saw that through the shirt? Or how did you assess that when you first entered? That's my question.
Once I'm doing CPR, I can see 2 bullet holes in the shirt. I can see that on the chest and on the abdomen. I can see the wounds as I'm looking at the chest and doing chest compressions.
Okay. And then he had on what color shirt?
I wouldn't have recalled other than, I guess, the video yesterday. I think it was a dark colored shirt I think we saw on the screen.
And so you had talked yesterday about the blood being more blood on chest, not pooled around your knees, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so with the dark shirt, was it hard to see the blood? I'm kind of trying to see what you saw when you entered.
I remember seeing blood on the chest. I remember not seeing blood on the abdomen.
And there were holes in the shirt, 2 holes in the front side?
I would, best of my recall, yes.
Okay. And when did you cut off the shirt, and how does that procedure work?
I continued doing CPR, chest compressions. One of my other colleagues would have cut that off, and knowing that the shirt maybe is potentially
Hey,
evidence,
West Side
that's why I
Rider,
said to her,
don't you
cut
start. I don't
through
need
where
no
the
tomato
holes
on
are.
my face. It's
So
too
she
pretty
could've
for that.
cut
Just kidding.
down the
How
side
are you?
instead
Good
of
to
on the
see you.
top of the body.
And
Hey,
do
I
you
still
use,
haven't
like, a
had it
special
put in my
scissors or
hand
something
yet.
for that?
Yeah, we
Or-
have some trauma shears in our equipment.
Okay. And who was that? Was that Phelps or?
I believe that was firefighter Kaczynski.
Okay. Kaczynski, that's one.
I'm waiting for her
So
to
who
lose
all
some
was sitting
shit.
there with you that was on scene at that time?
Firefighter Fife would have been there.
Mhm.
Firefighter Kaczynski, the 3 of us, kind of like we saw in the video or I get the picture yesterday. All 3 of us around the patient, while Captain Keller was standing back a little bit, like you saw in the picture.
Okay. You said that you had been a CPR instructor for 12 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for the last 12 years or 12 years ago?
Approximate dates 2004 to 2016, let's say.
Okay. And so have you taught people who have never done CPR before?
Have I taught those? Yes,
Right. And not just like people renewing their certification, but both.
correct.
Okay. How many people would you say that you've taught that have never done CPR before?
Oh my God, girl, these questions are lame.
Never done CPR, and it's probably in the hundreds over that long of doing that.
So you'd be familiar with how a first timer would react.
Yeah, you try to forewarn them what to expect.
Okay. So these first timers, they have to be taught the appropriate place to place their hands. Would that be fair?
That is part of the course, yes.
And so do you show them or do you just
Oh my
tell them in
God, girl,
class where
what
to
does it
put their hands?
matter?
It's a video-based system through American Heart. There's a curriculum.
Okay, what I don't understand is this is a conspiracy to commit murder charge. What the first responders have anything to do with this, I'll never know. But they have to show the death, right? So they have to show that happened. But like, really, you shouldn't have to cross-examine these guys because girl, like, they're not lying. They're whatever. The conspiracy happens when you are talking to your brother Alex Cox. That is when the conspiracy happens. But they have to show the death. They have to show the death. So you asking all these mumbrain questions is beyond me. Is beyond fucking me. But whatever. I guess you want to know. You got to know,
We
right?
would have been following.
Okay. So if you could only tell them like over the phone, that might be difficult for them to know the correct placement of their hands.
Okay, wait. How does this have anything to do with over the phone type shit? He was there at the body doing chest compressions. It has nothing to do with over the phone shit. Girl, this is crazy.
If they've never done it before.
I guess it depends on the instructions that the dispatcher gave. Ultimately, if I was telling somebody over the phone, you want to put your hands on their chest, on the lower part of the chest. It's that kind of simple, so to speak.
Okay. But without the video, if you were teaching a class and you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, right? For a bunch of first timers.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Facts.
You can answer.
Does it mean answer? Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you repeat the question then?
Yeah, so it might be difficult. If you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, for a bunch of first timers to know exactly what to do if you just had to tell them middle of the chest, lower chest.
I mean, you
In
could
between the
obviously
nipples, lady.
show on a person. You could show on yourself.
If
I
you
mean,
couldn't show them and you could only tell them, could it be difficult?
I suppose it's possible depending on the person.
Okay, that's fair. So do you think that your CPR class would be fairly successful if you had no visuals?
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, what is?
speculation.
I'm not understanding what the relevance is.
Next question.
I got it, Your Honor. So if a person had never done it before and was just told how to do it, is it possible that they might not be acquainted with where to put their hands?
Duh.
It's possible.
And it would also be possible that they might not do it properly.
That could be possible too.
And right now, when you're teaching CPR, and I didn't say you are teaching right now, but if you're teaching a class, are they just doing percussions now? There's no breathing in the mouth. Is that correct?
It's going to depend on the level of the class. As far as the lay rescuer, people that have never done it before, that just want to have the training. It's evolved and we're teaching compression only. That is a form of CPR now also, just doing chest compressions.
And how long do you teach to do that for? How long of a period before you take a rest or?
Well, it varies depending on if patient is an adult or a child. There are different guidelines that American
Well,
Heart
that
offers.
was a good question, Lori. I'll
and
give you
those
that one.
courses they're getting to learn information for adults and children and infants also.
Correct, right. So for an adult, how long, like 30, 100, 150? It's been a while, so just wondering.
With an adult, they're also taught they need to call for help right away also. So that's a factor. Are they alone? Is somebody else able to call? Can they call, put the phone on speaker, start, while talking to 911? And then they would just keep going until help arrives.
So there's
A
no
lot of
timing,
people
like
don't
you
want to
take
do
a
the
10-second break, you just,
you
do
don't want
compressions.
vomit in your
Not for
mouth.
that type of level of CPR, there wasn't.
okay. So it's helpful if you had someone there that you could like take turns, like I do 100 and then you do 100, because it's kind of exhausting, right?
Objection, compound question, relevance.
I'll sustain as to compound question. You can re-ask the question ask it in a different way. Go ahead.
So how long did you administer the CPR before you did the flip over? How long do you think that was?
Before we rolled him to look at the back, is that what you're-
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
I would estimate maybe up to a minute.
Okay. And then were you counting compressions? Is that what you were doing during that time, or do you not count? You just do it for a certain amount of time?
I don't recall if I was counting. I mean, I was doing the chest compressions while waiting for the rest of the team to arrive and for us to continue assessing, see if we're going to continue to work the patient and utilize more equipment.
And there were 3 of you there.
4 total, but 3 by the patient.
Okay. And then you could take turns, right? Like trade off if you needed to.
If we needed to, yes.
So that'd be a lot easier than when you're just there by yourself. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how long after the rolling over did you started doing compressions again? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I had.
Yes, I believe so.
And how long did you do that for?
I would estimate maybe upwards of another minute
So maybe 2 minutes total?
during that sequence, yes.
And was there another sequence?
At some point, we would have stopped doing chest compressions so we could evaluate the heart rhythm. That's on the heart monitor.
With the heart
And
monitor?
you can't be doing compressions to evaluate that.
Okay. And then you didn't continue compressions after the heart monitor at all?
From what I recall, I resumed again in brief discussion as far as what direction we were going to go.
And what were the results of the heart monitor?
There was no electrical activity.
Please hit the like, double tap the stream. I appreciate it.
And how long was the heart monitor applied compared to when you started the first compressions?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Maybe you can reword it or.
Sure. How far into your treatment, I should say, did you guys stop and do the heart monitor?
I would estimate that the monitor probably was on within 2 minutes of making patient contact.
Okay.
I could understand if like there was,
And
you
how long
thought
does
there
that
was a
take?
mistake in what they did.
To
Lori?
do what? To put it on?
Well, yeah, to put it on,
Like,
get a
the
reading,
the
and decide what you're going to do
fire
next.
department has nothing to
It could
do with this
take-
case,
I mean,
other than they
you
rendered
gotta
aid.
turn it on, open up a compartment to get the pads out of that compartment. You've got to open that packaging
Yeah.
to be able to apply it to the
Yeah.
patient's chest area. If
Ow.
the chest is wet, which there's some blood, you need to dry that so it's going to adhere more properly, read more properly. So you could be looking at 30 seconds to a minute possibly of working through that.
Okay. And did you have to do that in this case, is remove blood to stick them on?
I would assume so, but I was doing chest compressions, so that would have been one of the other two firefighters kind of working through that.
Okay. So I understand correctly, you said when you rolled him over, did you cut the shirt in the back also to see the exit wounds? Is that?
No, we only had to cut the shirt one time. That was when he was still laying on his back. You cut it down the side and that opens it up to where then you can remove it from the body, pull it off.
So you did pull it off completely at some point?
More than likely, I would say yes. That's typically what we would do.
Okay. But you don't remember if you did that in this case?
I know that I didn't do that because I was doing chest compressions. So I would assume one of my colleagues
Yeah, he was
did that
busy.
completely. That's typically what we do.
Okay. And so you're back to doing the compressions for the third time. and
Girl!
then You stopped that at some point. Was there another procedure after that?
No, at that point in time is when we would have called the patient.
And who announces that?
Ultimately, I remember our captain, since he's in charge of the crew, would be considered the lead medic. He has the most experience. He's also charting the call, kind of running it, kind of made that final decision.
And that would be Captain Keller. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yes, correct.
And then he did call it at, do you know what time?
It would have, I don't have it memorized. No, it would have been like in the charting that he was doing.
And who documents that?
Yeah,
He
who
would have
documents
documented
He
that?
would have
that.
done it.
Girl. You know, I thought she would be better with these
In
questions.
preparation for your testimony here today, did you review the 911 call at all?
No, not in preparation for today. Not the actual audio. No,
No.
no, not today. Not for this.
What did you review for today?
I was able to look at the incident times were dispatched by Phoenix Fire Department. I was able to look at the paper documentation. I was able to see my testimony from Idaho. I was able to see my testimony with Chandler PD when they came to the fire station a couple of weeks after this incident.
And what paper documentation did you actually take a look at?
It would have been the chart that Captain Keller documented.
And what does that chart consist of?
Oh my
There
God,
would
girl.
be scene times, date, time, address, patient information, name, address, maybe medical history, things that we, a narrative of what we discovered, what we've done, treatments that we've done, the heart rhythm from the monitor gets attached to it.
Hey, sis,
So
how
that
are
would all be in
you?
Captain Keller's report.
Correct.
It's good to
And you did
see
take
you.
a look at that
Hope
for
you're
in
well.
preparation for today.
Yes.
And did you read a report regarding this incident?
No.
His chief did. He just
You don't
got
have to
done
document
telling you.
anything?
Just one person documents the call.
So for all of the people that were there from fire?
Correct.
Okay, I will. Give
So that's the
me.
total report, is you just give your input to him and he puts it into the report?
Correct.
Okay,
And that's the same
I will.
for the other
will.
two firefighters that were along with you?
That's correct.
Okay. So they don't have their own individual reports as well?
No.
Okay. And
well, I hope you're.
what
I
time
hope
were you dismissed
things
from the
go
scene?
good with you.
I
I
mean,
definitely keep you in my prayers.
we probably only remained an additional 5 to 10 minutes. The chart would have that time.
Thank
I
you.
don't necessarily have it by memory.
Then I'll
So
give
how
you a
long
call
were you
later
at the scene total? Like,
when I'm done with this.
If I had to estimate without looking at it, I would say approximately 20, 25 minutes.
okay. And then you were like the driver of the truck, right? Was that your
Let me write that
responsibility?
down.
So you drove in and then did you drive out as well?
Correct.
Okay. So if you guys arrived around 8:41 or something
Okay,
like
hon, I
that,
definitely will.
then
For
you
sure.
left around 25 minutes later? Would that be accurate?
I guess when I was giving that estimate of like the 2025, I was even including like our dispatch time from the time we're dispatched driving to the scene. So if you're wanting
I'm
to know
writing it down
actual
so I don't
on-scene
forget.
time, it might be closer. Instead of the 20 to 25, it might be more of a closer to 20 solid.
Call
20
my
minutes?
twin.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that typical for a call?
It can vary depending on the calls.
Okay. So what other things did you do in that 20 minutes
Oh my Lord,
Um,
Lori.
besides administer to the patient?
So I'm including in that time while we're staged around the corner, waiting for PD to arrive, then for PD to clear the scene, for us to drive
mean,
to the
I would-
scene.
Okay, if
but
I was Lori and I was accused of conspiracy, right? This is just me. But okay, the police, I would cross-examine, but the first, like the fire department, they're not a big deal. They're not a big deal because they just came and rendered aid. They came and rendered aid, they left. Okay. What my focus would be on the detectives, that searched the case, did the case, all that stuff. That's what I would be focused on, not somebody that tried to resuscitate my husband, because they were still married at the time. So her husband, I just wouldn't, like, this is crazy. Like, they couldn't save him. Period. Your brother didn't try to render aid, but they did. You want to fault the cops saying, oh, well, why didn't you render aid? Well, because fire department was right behind them. And technically they don't usually render aid unless they have to. If there's like no time to wait, like the way Charles was shot, sadly, he was shot in the wrong place. Being shot in the heart is a hard thing to like survive from, because you bleed out fast. But I just wouldn't, like, and maybe she just wants some clarity and understanding. I don't know. But this would be least of my worries. I would focus my attention on cross-examining all the police officers and the detectives and such. Not this. This is crazy.
There's the time with the patient,
Like, she's
and
wasting,
then there's going to be
in
the
my
cleanup
opinion, like,
afterwards.
because she
Removing
doesn't
our
know who to
equipment.
cross. Whoops.
Going outside.
She doesn't know who to cross and when to cross them, because she's getting no help. She is her own attorney. But at the same time, like, and maybe it's because I watch a lot of trials, but at the same time, like, this right here, come on, Lori, he rendered aid. He was the first aid person. All he did was compressions. That's what he was paying attention to, was trying to save a life. He wasn't worried about any of the shit that you're asking. As far as like equipment and stuff like that, that was somebody else, because he told you what his specific job was compressions. That would have been it. That would have been it for me. Because you have nothing to do with, oh, you made the police think that it was a conspiracy. No. He has nothing to do with that. So I don't know. That's just weird.
Maybe the equipment needs to be cleaned, restocked, ready for another call. So when we drive away, we're ready to respond to
Thank
another
you. I
emergency
appreciate it.
and then drive away.
Okay.
Oh
So
my
when you
gosh,
were coming,
Lori, no more
when you were done
questions,
with the
please.
patient and you were
Save your
going through
questions
that
for the
procedure of
freaking
cleaning,
investigators.
were you in the house or did you exit the house?
We'll remove all of our stuff and we'll go outside to
Yeah, I don't know if you know this case or not, but she's the Doomsday Cult mom. She's already convicted of a conspiracy to commit first-degree murder on her 2 children and her now 5th husband's ex-wife. And it was at the hands of her brother, Alex Cox. But now this happened before that even happened. Supposedly, he got a little knot on his head from a bat. Like he was so afraid of his life because of a little knot, and a little scrape on the back of his head. Like he wasn't pummeled. He wasn't unconscious. But he shot her ex-husband twice. And one was in the heart and then one while he was laying down. So why would you shoot him a second time if he was already down? That's beyond me, but hey, whatever's clever. So she's claiming that it was a family tragedy and no crime committed, right? There was no conspiracy. But the conspiracy is she was telling her brother that these people were zombies and basically you had to kill the zombie. You had to kill them to kill the zombie that inhabits them. The evil being that supposedly she sees in them, because she's some prophet and her 5th husband is on death row for the same thing, except for he's not here for this one. Or he's not charged with this one either. But still, this case, and she's not focused on what they charged her with. That's what you have to combat. Not all this first responder stuff, because they didn't do any of the investigation. They couldn't tell you what is what. The police officers, yes, cross-examine them. But these first responders, I would just let them go. I mean, ask them, oh, okay, you did this and that, or what was your job? And then let them go. But she keeps on going on about CPR and all this other stuff. Like, oh my Lord. Oh my freaking Lord. Anyways.
typically to the front bumper of the fire truck.
And I already got
And
to
then what
edit.
do you do?
Thank you, Lori.
We have cleaning chemicals on the
What
truck
are
that we could get out to, clean our equipment up to reuse it. We've got cabinet with restock to be able to restock anything that might need to be. So we'll take care of those things to be ready to respond to another call.
Okay. And while you were out front, did you see Alex on the curb?
I did see somebody on the curb, or I don't remember if he was on the curb or standing, but I remember seeing somebody with an officer or officers. I don't recall how many people might have been together.
Okay. And did you converse with those officers at all during that time?
I don't believe so. I don't really remember conversing with any officers on scene. That would have been more Captain Keller, charting, documenting, kind of getting information from them. He would be able to answer that question.
Okay. So did you,
Oh my gosh, come on. Hey, Cold Pepsi, how are you? Yeah, she's beyond nuts, and she thinks she's going to defend herself. She's going pro se. She doesn't have an attorney. This is her asking questions.
was
The reason why she
anybody
went pro
in
se,
firefighting on your team?
the reason why she went pro se is because she wanted a speedy trial. But bitch, you're already in, and yeah, but bitch, you're already in freaking prison for life. You ain't getting the heck out. Your husband now is in prison for on the death row, waiting to be executed because of your guys' actions. Because you think you're above everybody else, and that's the one thing I don't understand is I don't get how people think that they're better than, less than anybody, because we all freaking go through trials and tribulations, and just because you hold a rank doesn't make you better than or less than me, or you're a public figure. It doesn't make you better than or less than, or I'm less than you. There's no. We were all created equal, like freaking Abraham Lincoln said. Like, nobody's better than anybody. Like, it's so sad that we look up to people. We shouldn't look up to anybody. We should look up to ourselves. We should be the beacon light, nobody else. And don't let nobody else dim it. But at the same time, your life ain't better than mine. My life ain't better than yours. Like, no. You don't have the right to take my life. I don't have the right to take yours. That's just what it is. People get so bent up on this religion thing, and then they go nutso and think that there's some kind of God spoke to them type deal. No, it's their own freaking delusional mind that is playing with them. I mean, she really thinks she's God's favorite. Last time I knew, like, God gave us all free will, but I don't think he gave us free will to play God. Unless we're playing God to our own selves. Period. That's why I don't get caught up in that religion shit. Like, I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. I don't believe in blindly following behind nobody. Nobody. I don't care what rank they have. They still mess up just like I do. Ain't nobody perfect.
4 of you that were there, was anyone asked to take a look at Alex?
We were not.
What are you giving me those faces for, sir? West Sider Rider? I don't expect those faces in my chat unless you put it in my hand.
Let's see. Have you spoken to the media about this case?
Can I object? Relevance?
What's the relevance?
What is the relevance, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Just to know how many times he's given testimony?
Your Honor, I'm
Right.
going
I'm gonna
to, maybe we can
hold on.
sidebar.
Yeah, I don't want to. All right, let's go on sidebar.
Oh, wait, she's done? Hallelujah. She's fucking done. Oh, wait, we're going to a sidebar. Damn it. I thought she was done. This dude's like, please get me off this stand. Like, I didn't expect to be here all day. The look on his face is freaking priceless. But, yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't fault anybody that's religious, whatever. You practice what you practice. Like, you're no better than me, and I'm no better than you. Just because you believe the word that somebody else preaches to you doesn't make you better than or less than me. I believe we have a God. I believe that. But at the same time, like, a lot of shit's man-made. And I'm not blindly following around nobody. Nobody. No. No. I mean, shoot. I mean, you got these, like these artists and everything. People look up to them, and then they start doing dumb shit. Well, they talk about it, so I'm trying to be like them, and da 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 da. There's a thing called whatever, creative expression. There we go. And the sometimes they just rap about shit, and they ain't really doing shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's the way it should be. I don't know what happened in society where we took rap lyrics and made it real life. Like, it's sad to me because young kids blindly follow behind that. And nobody should look up to nobody just because they have a talent, just because they're a public figure, they're a president, they're a priest, they're not any of that. We shouldn't blindly follow behind nobody. Because at the end of the day, we all make mistakes. Your mistakes may not be like my mistakes, but at the same time, you still make mistakes. And with Lori, like she really thinks she's above all and end all. Like this woman is crazy. You're appalled? What did I say? What is the blasphemy, West Sider Rider? Shit. Because okay, let me explain that to you. The reason why she didn't take a lawyer or whatever is because she wanted a speedy trial. She wanted a fucking speedy trial. But girl, you're sitting in prison for the rest of your life. You're never getting out. Never getting out. You were already found guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder on your 2 fucking children. 2. And another woman. All because you wanted to marry your prophet, whatever the heck. You ain't going nowhere. All you got is time. But she says, oh, I'm making a stand for all the people that, don't get speedy trials because da 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 da. Girl, please. Girl, please. This ain't the way to go. This is not the way to go. Like, you're not going to win like this way. And you're fighting an uphill battle for no reason. Like, you're fighting, I mean, you're asking, dude, like, there's no holes in his story. He rendered aid. That's what he did. Like, for you to sit up there and ask a million questions about CPR, this, that, the other, okay, there's no conspiracy that he didn't die. There's no conspiracy that your brother shot him. Okay? Where the conspiracy comes in is you say it was self-defense by your brother, and they're saying, no, it's not. You conspired with your brother to kill him. But all you got to do is wait. This is another thing I don't understand is I don't understand how you're already doing life without parole. You can't do no more time. You know what I'm saying? You ain't getting out unless it's in a box. That's the last time you get out. Why I don't understand why Arizona is taking this forward, and I guess it's for the family, because it damn sure don't matter. And I understand it's for the family. The family wants justice, and justice for Charles Vallow. But at the same time, if you weren't going with the death penalty fucking death penalty sentence because she's already fucking convicted, then there's really no sense. Like, there's no more time she can do. Like, she's not going to rot away in a cell or maybe her portal that she probably has in there. Really. All right. Right, and they're not. The romantic people have gotten so bad that, you know, they live such busy lives, you know, because we economy is expensive. Like, you don't see no at-home moms anymore. You don't see where parents are actively involved in their kids' life because they're working. They're always working. So kids look up to these imaginary people, you know, not knowing, because nobody has taught them that they're actors, they're entertainers. That, you know, they may seem like this on this side, but they're really like a homebody, introvert, whatever. Like, you know, and then they go out and think, oh well, if I do this, then my favorite rapper will like me. No, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Stop letting these rappers, television people, all that great stuff raise your kids, and start raising your kids. But at the same time, I understand we're in an economy that, you know, you need to work your ass off on shit. I mean, because if you ain't a billionaire, you know, and a billionaire ain't less than or more than us, but they act like that they are, and it's not fair. It's really not fair because the last time I checked, America ran off the working class, not the people fumbling through money like it's like they hoard it. Like, you can only make so much money. I don't. Anyways, I could go on and on and on and on about certain shit, but anyways, we're here for this trial. Thank you, Cold Pepsi. Come on, man. We're still in the sidebar. Like, I don't know what's going on, and I don't want to fast forward it in case I miss that she comes back. I guess they're on a sidebar. I guess the state's probably like, can you get her to stop asking these dumbass questions? Oh, we done? We done. We're done. We're done. We're done. Please tell me the state's gonna take over question, because I can't do no more. I can't do no more, Lori. I need a break. I need to take a break from you. Goodness. What is going on now? Why are we taking forever? Oh my God, really? Again? For fuck's sakes. I don't think it's ever gonna end. Okay, let me make sure when she gets off. Let's see. Don't tell me they're gonna do another one. Or is she having her problems with her equipment? Lori, really, you're keeping somebody on the stand you don't need to. That's what I say. And
Mr.
I need to go
Cadden,
smoke.
is it possible that if there was a wound to the chest, that doing
Oh my Lord.
compressions on that could cause other damage?
I suppose it's possible, but ultimately it doesn't matter. If the heart isn't beating, it's what you got to do. It's the appropriate treatment.
So would a common person who doesn't know how to do CPR maybe hesitate about pushing on a bullet wound?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
But you wouldn't.
Can you repeat the question?
You wouldn't hesitate to push on the bullet wound if the heart was stopped?
No, I wouldn't.
And you would have to assess if the heart was stopped in order to do that?
Okay, I'm here. I'm just
Yes, you would check a
on
pulse
camera.
like we did. We would, use our equipment like we did.
And I'll be in the chat.
Okay. So the two wounds that you saw when you first got there, one was in the chest and one was where?
In the abdomen,
On the right side or the left side?
I would be speculating as to how the specific spot or area without actually maybe seeing documentation.
Okay. And can you tell me about I think there's a word for it, but I'm sorry, I can't remember what it was. The crunch.
When doing the chest compressions,
Correct.
I don't know if there was necessarily a certain word that I used, but you feel the sternum crack. I compare it to, like I said before, cracking your knuckles.
And how much pressure would you have to apply to get the crack?
That could vary, like depending on who you're doing CPR on.
Like on an adult male?
I mean, it could still vary depending on, the strength of the person doing CPR also. It could vary depending on the size of that adult male also. So I've never seen like any science that might say you got to deliver this much pounds of force or anything.
Right,
So,
like 400 pounds of pressure or something?
Yeah,
I don't know.
right.
Okay.
You're just
So
going to push
there is no-
hard.
Hold on.
So
Sorry.
Can't have you talk over one another. So he's finished his answer. Go ahead and answer your next question.
so there's no determined amount of pressure, correct?
Just hard and fast. When it comes to people doing CPR, for us, we're working as a team. We have equipment that can tell us if we're pushing hard enough. For a person without that equipment, just hard and fast.
Okay, that's fair. And then they don't always get the crack, right? It's not always going to happen.
If they're doing it forcefully enough, they would.
So if they didn't do it forcefully enough, it wouldn't.
That is possible, yes.
But then when you come in, the professionals, and you apply the correct amount of force, then you would hear the crack.
Yes,
And is that possible that that happened in this case?
it is possible.
Okay, no more questions.
All right, redirect.
Does 911 have to regularly instruct people on how to perform CPR?
I don't know if I can answer that since I don't, do that since I'm not 911.
Have you regularly heard while listening to the radio 911 instructing people on how to do CPR?
We have had PTI information when we're responding to a call that will tell us that they are either performing CPR or being instructed to.
So you've seen in the past that 911 is prepared to handle individuals who may not know how to perform CPR.
Yes,
And that's to help try to keep the patient's blood moving while you're en route.
correct.
You were asked a lot about trading off and other people doing compressions. At this scene with this patient, Charles Vallow, did you ever trade off and have someone else do the CPR compressions?
No,
You were the only one doing the CPR compressions.
yes,
Were you doing CPR while another paramedic or EMT was getting the heart monitor ready?
yes,
So this timeline of however long it took them is in conjunction with you still performing CPR.
yes,
You talked about Charles's shirt being cut. If photographs from the scene show his shirt still around his neck, would that indicate that it wasn't removed from him?
after the cutting.
Yeah, so if
Good.
police, let me ask you this. When you guys are done and he's called deceased, do you put his clothing back on or modify him in any way?
No, we would just take our equipment that's necessary to take.
So if his shirt was still around his neck, then that's how it would have been left.
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you should perform CPR on a person who has a gunshot wound. Is there any reason why a person with a gunshot wound would not need to have blood circulating through their body to bring oxygen versus some other type of injury?
No,
Is the whole point of CPR to make sure that blood is circulating to get oxygen to their brain
yes,
so that they don't go brain dead?
yes,
And you said that ultimately it wouldn't matter if you cause more injuries because if they're brain dead, who cares, right?
correct.
In your assessment, did you feel that no one had performed CPR on Charles Vallow before you arrived?
I had felt that, and I do know in my testimony to Chandler PD, I had stated that, or it's probably in my testimony that it was not efficient or something to those lines. But I felt like no, it had not.
Okay, you felt like no, it had not been done.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, I see at least one juror question. We'll go on a sidebar. Please, if you're a juror and you have any additional questions, pass down your question to the basket. All right, so you're going to come on up here. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you're going to come up this ramp over here and have a seat to my left. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kent Keller. I'm a recently retired captain with Chandler Fire Department.
When did you retire?
April of 2022.
And how long did you work with the Chandler Fire Department?
32 years.
While you were there in, let's talk about 2019, what were your duties? What was your rank?
My rank was captain. I was an engine captain, so a company officer. I was in charge of a 4-person crew. We basically respond for calls to service and the different functions of a.
Did those calls for service include medical calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any training in the area of, I guess, medical treatment yourself?
Yes, I am a paramedic. I went to paramedic school in 1991.
And can you tell us, is there or was there ongoing type of continuing training to be a paramedic?
Yes, yes, ma'am. There is continuing education throughout the year. You have to have a certain number of hours in each subject, and as well as updates as far as pharmacology or different treatment modalities. So yes, there is constant change.
And the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
Well, an EMT is EMTB, EMT basic. A paramedic is an EMT paramedic. So the biggest difference would be invasive treatments. So you're trained with more ability to provide care, cardiology and pharmacology.
When fire gets a call of a person who is shot, what is sort of the normal response? What does fire do when they are coming to a scene and they know a person has been shot?
Well, what they normally would do is you get the dispatch, you look on a map, you route yourself in, and then you would determine a safe place to stage while the scene is secured by PD.
Okay. And then how do you learn that the scene is secure?
In Chandler, anyway, we have interagency communication. So you're on the radio both with Phoenix Dispatch and Chandler PD, direct car to car or to Chandler PD Dispatch.
So you're actually then told by Chandler Police that it's secure and you can come in?
Yes, ma'am. They will give you a scene safe or code 4 and cop talk.
When you arrive on scene as the captain, what is your role when you get there?
My role is scene safety, primary scene safety. That's rule number 1 in everything that we do. And in other words, as I arrive on scene, I'm going to make sure with PD that there are no more threats for our crew and get direction to where we need to do treatment.
When you have this team of 4, how do you determine who does what?
Well, I mean, that's individual crew training, and some crews might have specific jobs. Ours is more of a fill and flow. As you come to, I guess I should say, one person is charting, one person is going to be the paramedic in charge of the call. So he's running the call. His job is bigger picture. And then that'll leave 3 people for hands-on treatment until a 2-person rescue would arrive, an ambulance would arrive to help, if that were the case.
Does fire ever respond to a scene and then advise that a person is deceased?
Certainly.
And if fire responds, determines a person is deceased, and this is potentially a crime scene, what does fire do at that point?
Well, fire then would pick up their gear and leave without disturbing that scene as much as possible. I mean, we have gear, we spread out our gear. When we get to a patient, you know, we have monitors and drug boxes and trauma treatment boxes. So as soon as it's determined that the patient is not viable, then you would pick up that gear and leave the scene. You don't,
Hey,
what you don't want to
CPG.
do is interfere with any investigation going forward.
And even when you are working on a person, are you trying to limit impacting the scene itself to the best of your ability?
Yes, our job would be to determine if treatment is necessary and then do that treatment regardless. But yes, what I should do, what the captain or whoever that paramedic should do that has the larger picture would be to try and minimize any disturbing of the scene.
But obviously, taking care of the patient is the primary focus, even if that causes the scene to be disturbed.
Yes, ma'am.
This case is LORIVALLOWDAYBELL. She is the DoomsdayCult mom. She is accused, or she allegedly conspired to commit first-degree murder of her 4th husband, Charles Vallow. She says it was a tragic family tragedy. It was self-defense. Her brother shot him in self-defense. There was no conspiring. However, the state is saying that she told people in this little doomsday cult that certain people had zombies and that that the zombies needed to be killed. In other words, kill the person. And that's where they're going with it. She is a whack job. She's already been convicted of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder on her 2 children and her 5th husband's ex-wife. This happened before the other 3. However, she hasn't gone to trial over this. So, yeah, we're here. But she's already doing life without parole on the other cases. And
Were
she's
you working on July 11th,
And-
2009?
and she's representing herself. So that's another thing. So it should be a shit show because yeah, I'm just waiting for her to snap because she is a whack job. She really is a whack job. I mean, she's been in the mental hospital 2 times during this case, 3 times, because of her delusional religious beliefs. So yeah.
19 around 8:30 in the morning.
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a shooting at 5531 South 4 Peaks in Chandler?
Yes.
Yeah, she's representing herself. So them saying she's mentally incompetent is is not active. I mean, she was deemed mentally incompetent when she had her first trial, but then she became competent, and basically she just suffers from the delusion that she thinks she's higher than anybody. She's a prophet, whatever. Her fifth husband is also been convicted of the same charge, except for he is doing the death penalty. He's on death row for those charges. The reason why she didn't get death row, or even that was on the table, is because they messed up when they were doing the court proceedings. So yeah. She asked for a speedy trial. The speedy trial never happened, so the death penalty was no longer, because she never waived her right. So yeah. But so now she's trying to do a speedy trial on this. I don't know why. She's doing life without parole. She ain't going nowhere. And I don't know why they didn't seek the death penalty on this charge and the other charge that she's going to be going to, because she has another attempted to commit murder through conspiracy on her niece's ex-husband. So yeah, this whole case is crazy.
When you responded or first went to this scene, did you guys stage like we discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
Her first case was in Idaho. This one is in Arizona. The next one she does is in Arizona. So yeah.
And you advise that you're being provided information from two different sources?
Yes, our primary source is Phoenix Dispatch. But yes, you are able to monitor Chandler PD as well.
Is Phoenix Dispatch 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're getting what's coming in from 911. Are they relaying information to you?
Yes.
Are
You know
like
what's
whether or
funny
not the
is when her children were missing and they didn't know that, you know, they were buried in her fifth husband's yard. What's funny is that this reached all the way to Utah, because that was her plan, was to come to Utah, because it's a big LDS state and and but what they practiced had nothing to do with LDS. I mean, that was just, they just went wackadoodle. They went crazy. They went crazy with the religion. So, but I'm glad it didn't come here. But they did search here for her kids. And then later on, 9 months later or something like that, they found them buried in the yard of his home. And what sucks is, so she is the only one going to trial for this one, because her brother is dead. Like, also, her and her husband were the only ones that went to trial for the kids, because her brother is dead. Her brother supposedly died of a lung clot. That's basically, you know, it was suspicious circumstances. I believe that they poisoned him so he couldn't rat him out, because they were looking for the kids and stuff. So yeah, this case is pretty sad. I mean, it's pretty sad that all these people had to die because of their delusions. If you just wanted to marry your fifth husband, you would have divorced. You know, I mean, it's really not that hard. They're also saying that another reason why she had her brother, you know, conspire to commit first-degree murder on this husband is that she thought she would be a beneficiary of a $1 million life insurance policy. So that's another factor. The minute he died, she called and she got really upset that he changed beneficiaries. Like he had a feeling this was coming, and he was telling the cops, what's sad is he was telling the cops that he feels like she's trying to kill him. Like there's something going on. And they did nothing. They did nothing. And so yeah. And now, he's no longer here.
Patient is receiving CPR, something that is very relevant to you.
Yes.
In this case, did you receive any information regarding that?
Yes. We were told that CPR instruction had been given and CPR was in progress.
But he wasn't
Does
doing
911,
CPR.
in your experience,
He'd have blood on his
in over
hands if he was doing
30
CPR.
years, are they able to provide instruction for lay people who may not know how to do 911 or not know how to do CPR compressions?
Yes, they are actually certified to do that. They train and are certified to give that instruction over the phone.
So even though it's only verbal, they've been trained to how to present that to a person over the phone.
Yes.
So you are advised that CPR instructions have been given and that that compressions are being given? Yes.
Been a little while, but yes, I believe that I was told. I do know that instruction. I do remember specifically hearing that CPR in progress. I believe I remember. I would have to, but definitely the CPR instructions had been given.
Does knowing that a person has been receiving CPR impact the way you view a patient when you enter a scene?
Yes.
How?
Well, because it would make the patient more viable. If adequate CPR were given prior to our arrival, then you would hope that good CPR was given and that oxygenated blood was being pushed around the body, which would mean that make the patient more viable at that point.
When you go to a
There's
scene
no
where
way
you
he was doing
believe
CPR.
is
He didn't have no
given,
blood on his hands.
such as this one, was that one of the things, I guess, that was part of your decision-making as you are assessing this patient?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about when you entered this residence, what do you recall?
When I entered the residence, I recall thinking that the house seemed empty, like it was either being moved into or moved out of. So there was no furniture or anything. We had a clear path to where the patient was. And I remember thinking that there's very little in this room other than the patient.
Other
Did
than
you
2
notice
minutes for the
at
portal.
any point some items around the patient?
The only thing I remember being around the patient was a baseball bat and a ball cap.
And do you recall at this point where those items were in relation to him?
Yes, I believe the baseball bat would have been on the patient's right and the ball cap above him somewhere in the room. I think the baseball bat was against the wall on his right.
Do you recall ever seeing a bullet near the victim?
Once we started assessing, I did see a bullet, a spent round on the floor.
So that's sort of a little bit into you're in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
scene.
Yes.
Wasn't something you initially recognized.
No.
While you're in there, was there any officers in the room with you or inside the house?
There was at least one officer still clearing the house, I believe, or at least going through the house. I only recall for sure one officer being interior.
Can you describe for us how the patient, how Charles was laying when you first observed him?
Yes, ma'am. He was laying supine. He was laying on his back. As we entered, his head was towards us, so geographically, I think north. So that's how he was laying supine.
Do you recall anything about his arms or hands where they were?
I don't. To his sides, I don't recall, honestly.
Did you observe any injuries to Charles, this patient?
Yes, he had evidently a gunshot wound to his center chest. Hole in the shirt and a small amount of blood.
Did you recall or notice anything about where the blood was pooling from that shot to the chest?
At that time, I did not, because we have to expose the patient, and the so he's a big guy, so he had a small amount of blood above his sternum.
I'm showing you Exhibit 3 that's previously been admitted. Does that look like?
If it adjusts a little bit, but
Okay.
you can attempt.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Are you able to see that there?
Yeah.
Kind of. Does this look like the patient that you were working on?
Yes.
And in this, do you see the blood pooling in Exhibit 3 there?
Yes.
Is that sort of what you were talking about?
Yes. Here in around the collarbone. So there's a divot here. That
Would you describe this patient as a fit man?
he seemed to be. Yes.
When you saw that pooling like that, did that stand out to you or seem at all impactful in your decision of whether or not CPR had been given prior to your arrival?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because had adequate CPR been given there, I would have expected more blood possibly on there and perhaps a pool of blood under him. I didn't see any blood under him. I mean, when we first got there.
So when you guys first arrived, let's go back to sort of
So they didn't
describing
do
the
CPR. So he didn't
scene.
do CPR.
You said that you
There
didn't
was no
notice
blood on
any
his hands.
blood
There's no
pooling
way he did
under him.
CPR.
I did not.
And is that something that you guys are cognizant of since you're going to have to get down and around him?
Yes, but we're more cognizant of it because it would indicate an exit wound. And obviously, the more blood there is, the more the heart was beating or CPR was being done.
Okay. So both the lack of spreading on him is one indication that kind of made you question if CPR had been given,
Yes, ma'am.
and the lack of pooling of blood underneath him was another sort of
Yes.
flag to you that maybe CPR had not been given.
And no one was doing CPR when we got there. Would have been the primary indicator to me. And I say that because if CPR were in progress by PD, if there were an officer there doing CPR, then they would have continued to do CPR until we relieved them.
So that's the fault on the
If a person
officer.
is shot and deceased and you start giving them compressions, can you still push blood out of those wounds?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point when fire arrives and they are
Only
assessing
when
a
the blood
patient,
coagulates and stuff.
do they,
Avidity.
I'm going to put up
Yeah, well-
Exhibit 4 here. Do you need to try to remove any garments that might be around those potential gunshot wounds?
Yes, you would expose the patient.
Why is that?
Well, because you don't know for sure how many gunshots there are. You check for exit wounds. Some gunshot wounds, some entry wounds are minimal. You wouldn't see them. You know, you could go through a shirt and not see them.
Yep.
So you expose the patient.
Okay. I have Exhibit 4 up here from body cam from
Hey,
an
Ivo.
officer that's previously been admitted. Do you recognize who these people are and where this is?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this you?
It is.
So in this case, at some point, was Charles's shirt cut in any way to allow access to those gunshot wounds?
That would be the norm. Is at this point they would be cutting his shirt.
Do you recall from this scene how many gunshot wounds you observed to the
I'm
front
doing good.
of
I'm not
Mr.
drinking
Vallow?
Mountain Dew today.
I
I'm
believe
just
two.
using a Mountain Dew bottle for water.
Now,
Water and
When
Crystal
you guys
Light.
first arrived on scene, do you check the pulse? Like, what do you do when you first get there?
Yes, you would check for pulses, carotid pulse, and obvious signs of life breathing. So chest rise and fall as you are walking up to a patient.
So in this case, for Charles Vallow, did you
How are
guys
you
find a
doing?
pulse?
No, ma'am.
Did you notice him breathing?
No.
I hope you're
Do you
doing
do any other
good.
assessments before you start compressions?
No.
So if he's not breathing and you don't see that he has a pulse, why begin CPR? Why start compressions?
Because you don't know how long he has not been breathing or not had a pulse.
Okay.
He could have just stopped those things moments before we got there.
That's good to
which would
hear.
Make him a viable candidate or a viable patient rather.
And does, again, the fact that you believe CPR had been performed prior to you arriving also play into your decision to see if
Yes.
he's viable?
Yes.
As other officers are
They
doing
just ask him all the
compressions,
questions
what are
that
you doing
fucking
there?
Lori's gonna ask.
So I am
So
I'm
she's not
charting.
up there forever.
So I am in this particular case. I was running the call. So I'm going down a checklist, gathering information, getting listening to what they're telling me, and having them. I'm directing them throughout the call.
Okay. So at some point, are compressions stopped to assess the patient in other ways?
Yes, after a heart monitor is on.
Okay. And so are compressions able to be performed while someone else is getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes, compressions continue throughout until you stop compressions to check for pulses.
Okay. Do you ever want to check a patient who you see has gunshot wounds, such as Mr. Vallow here, to see if there's exit wounds?
Yes, ma'am, immediately. So they would have cut his shirt, taken his shirt off, rolled him, checked for exit wounds, and then rolled him back and continued compressions.
In this case, are you documenting your observations and others about what you observed when he was rolled?
Yes,
So when he's rolled, you're looking at his back?
back, right, from the back of the head to the back of the feet.
Okay, so he's completely rolled over so that you can see his back.
Yes.
Did you notice anything about Mr. Vallow's back that may have indicated he'd been there for significantly longer than you originally thought?
He did have lividity. So there was modeling, skin modeling and lividity. Once the shirt comes off, then you could see modeling on the skin and lividity had begun to form.
Can you tell us what modeling means?
Modeling is
Lividity
sort of a
already?
patchy looking skin caused from hypoxia or not enough oxygen getting to the skin. I mean, you can have mottled skin for different reasons, but in this case, it would be from his heart not beating.
Okay. And then you said lividity. What does
Yes,
that
ma'am.
mean?
So lividity is the pooling of blood, and that takes longer, much longer. So the blood will begin to leave the tissues and gravity drain to the lowest part of the body.
So when the blood isn't being circulated by either CPR or the heart,
Mhm.
blood just starts to pool there.
Yes.
And so you noticed that as well when he was rolled?
Yes.
Did you notice any exit wounds?
I did notice at least one exit wound. Yes.
After you looked at his back, do you recall, I guess, when in this process you checked his heart monitor, when that was done?
I do not. This all happens simultaneously. You asked what these different people are doing. They're doing all of those things simultaneously. So the patient is exposed, CPR has begun, and the evaluation, the rest of the evaluation is happening. So timeline, it's on the heart monitor, I'm sure, but a lot of it happens simultaneously. That answer the question you asked that again? I'm
I
sorry.
believe so. Do you recall what the heart monitor results were?
Asystole, no electrical rhythm in the heart. Flat line for,
Do you ever look at a patient's pupils?
yes, ma'am, always.
What's that for?
Because if it's just a brain function. If you shine light on pupils, they react. When the brain stops to function, hypoxia sets in, the pupils will dilate and remain fixed, so they won't change. They're non-reactive to light.
What did you see with Mr. Vallow?
They were fixed and non-reactive.
So we heard about the pooling of the blood on Mr. Vallow when you first arrived. As CPR was being done, did you notice any blood being pushed out of his body?
A little bit more. Again, he is on his back. Exit wound was in his back, but yes, we increased the amount of blood under the patient by doing CPR.
When you first arrived, did you notice any active bleeding?
No, ma'am.
What's the relevance of no active bleeding?
No heartbeat.
Were you advised of Scott Cowden's information about when he started CPR, hearing the crunch or feeling, I guess, the crunch of him performing CPR?
Was I advised of it?
Yeah, did he let you know that?
No, but that would be expected.
And is that expected if CPR hadn't been performed?
No, not adequately. Again, big guy, so that the sternum will, the cartilage holding the sternum to the ribs breaks, it gives way. So, and that actually makes CPR much easier.
In this case, you came in, he wasn't breathing, he was pulseless, his pupils were dilated, the heart monitor said there was no activity, correct?
Yes.
When you looked at his back, you noticed both mottling, which meant that the blood wasn't moving through his body?
Yes, and modeling was on the front as well.
Okay.
So as that blood pools, so it leaves the tissue, you know, that's gonna hasten the modeling part of it.
So you noticed that when the shirt was then cut and
Yes.
he was exposed,
Yes.
as well as when he was rolled.
Yes.
And then you also noticed on the back the lividity of the blood pooling there.
Yes.
Which is crazy
When
that it already
you-
started.
I guess, obtained all of that information, did you end life-saving measures?
Yes.
Who decides to end life? life-saving measures?
I do, as well as the rest of the crew. So Scott Cowden is also a paramedic, and he concurred. So then we call that in, and we cease life-saving function, or attempts rather.
When you cease life-saving measures at a scene where someone has been shot and is now deceased at the scene, do you leave sort of any attached medical devices with him?
Well, as little as possible. So what would have been left on him would have been defibrillator pads, probably EKG electrodes, and probably a CPR puck.
Now, when you arrived on scene or when you were exiting, did you ever notice any male outside that might have been with some police officers?
Oh, a person?
Yeah.
Yes. One person, one male.
And did you notice him when you arrived or when you left?
When I arrived, my job in particular is to kind of get a larger overview of the scene. So I did notice a person talking with PD.
And when you observed this person, did you notice anything that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No.
So no obvious injuries to you?
No.
If you had been asked to treat him, would you have?
Of course.
Did you see that same person outside when you left?
Yes.
And when you left, did you observe anything about him again that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No.
Did you ever see a female and a female teenager at the scene?
Yes.
Where did you see them?
They were across the street from the house we were at.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I see the adult, yes.
Can you point her out and let us know what she's wearing?
Dark blazer at the defendant's table. Dark clothes, I'm not sure.
Okay. State will ask the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Good job.
Did you overhear her talking or saying anything?
I did overhear her talking with the police officers, or someone said something about not getting invited to a pool party because of the commotion at the house or something. So.
What? Did you have any formal interaction with her?
No.
When you sort of completed and left this scene, looking back and assessing it based upon your training, your experience, what you observed and what was done to Mr. Vallow at the scene, would you agree that Charles Vallow was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training, your experience, what you observed and what was done to Mr. Vallow, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Here we go.
Captain Keller,
Yes.
you were first on the scene?
The police department was first, but yes, we were the first fire unit.
First fire on the scene.
Mhm.
And can you explain to us what staging is exactly? I'm not really sure.
Sure. Staging, when there's some violent incident, the fire department, firefighters don't have protective equipment for that sort of a scene. So we will go to a place where close to whatever the dispatched address is, that we would be a place of safety, but close, so that as soon as the scene is made safe by the police department, then we would enter into the scene.
So that would be like a couple houses away, or?
Could be a couple
Really?
houses, could be behind cover. In this case, it was gunshot was the call. So you want to make sure that you are a little ways away,
Okay.
in case there was more gunshots.
Right. So you parked somewhere on the street, but a couple houses down from the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then part of that staging is you stay there until you get.
Totally not this case, but anyways, so they have 3 more jurors. They dismissed one yesterday, so they have a total of 12 now, and I believe they need 3 more. Wait, hold on. 3 more they need 4 more for them to begin testimony in the Karen Reed second trial. So yeah.
Get the all clear.
Yes, until the police department says that it's safe to enter the scene.
Okay. And you were wearing body cam that day?
No, we don't wear body
Oh,
cams.
you don't wear body cam? Okay. You were just that was a picture from you on the body cam?
On one
On
of the
someone
police
else's
officers,
body cam?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you use any instruments to obtain current body temperature? Do you
No.
guys have an instrument for that?
No.
No? Would that help you give a more approximate time of calling a time of death?
It wouldn't help me. I'm not trained to do that. So we don't have that. It's not within our scope of practice to determine that.
It's not part of paramedics training?
No.
Okay. You explained the modeling being patchy looking skin
Yes.
because of no oxygen to the skin. Is that correct?
Decreased, yes.
And so will that continue to increase? I don't really understand. Would you say modeling is complete or in progress? How does that work?
I would say in progress. As less and less tissue had oxygenation, I would say it continues to model.
So would you say it was in early progress or late progress? How would you estimate that?
I could not say early or late, just modeling.
That modeling was present
Yes, yes.
at that point. So how long would it take for modeling to become present? That's kind of my question.
I don't know how long.
So it could be like
different for different people, I suppose.
So it could be a minute, 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's already indicated.
Hold on.
Speculation.
Rephrase the question. I'll allow it, but make sure you let him answer before you ask your next question.
Okay. So it could be just a few minutes, possibly?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay. And then lividity, you explained as a pooling of blood. The blood leaves the tissues and goes to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you saw that as well?
yes.
And in your estimation, would that have happened soon? You know, that's not a good question. In your estimation, that had begun?
Yes.
And was it advancing? How far?
He had lividity on the back of his torso,
So does
backs of his arms.
lividity start immediately after the heart stops? Is that what you were saying?
I suppose it does.
Okay. And if you were on any kind of medication, would that affect that as well?
I couldn't say.
He's not a doctor.
And what time of death did you document? You were making the document, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time of death did you document?
I did not put time of death, but I put a time of treatment being ceased, and I don't recall what that time was. It's on that report.
And you had stated that you were listening to dispatch on the radio. Is that correct?
Yes.
So were you listening to the actual 911 operator speaking?
No, whoever is calling, if you call on the phone to a 911 operator, they would give that information to a dispatcher who would then dispatch a call with the pertinent information.
Okay, so you were getting kind of updates as it went along?
No, you get the initial call, and then if it were pertinent for us, like the scene is secure, PD says the scene is secure, go in, then we would get that. PD would call dispatch, and dispatch would then call us.
Okay, so were you aware at all that they had asked him to come outside?
No,
Okay.
Hey, Scratch Off. I'm doing well. How are
You
you?
just saw that he was outside, but you didn't know that the 911 operator had told him to come outside. Is that correct?
I did not know who he was or how he was involved in it when
Okay.
we arrived.
So on those dispatch updates, it wasn't saying like shooter is in-house or shooter is outside or anything like that? Okay. That wouldn't be.
Not to us.
That's what I'm saying.
That might be to the police department, but that's not something we would hear.
Okay. In this case, Captain Keller, do you know for a fact that CPR had not been given?
I do not know for a fact.
And do you know for a fact that CPR had been given?
I know for a fact that we gave CPR.
Prior to your coming in?
No.
No further questions?
All right, redirect.
Which do you see first, modeling or lividity? When the heart stops and the blood is no longer pumping.
Modeling.
Okay.
I would expect to see modeling.
Yeah.
first.
Yeah.
And you told us, I think on direct, that lividity is something that you see much later.
Her questions
Yes.
aren't that great.
I would expect that, yes.
Have you treated patients before within a few minutes of their heart stopping?
Yes.
Do you see lividity in those people?
No.
Do you see modeling in those people?
No. You see skin conditions change in those people, gray or cooling, moist, moisture, but not modeling or lividity.
So you're not here to tell us how long it takes for those to form, right?
I don't know.
All you can tell us is that it's something that you see in patients who are deceased
Yes.
and have been deceased long enough, whatever time period that is, for that to happen.
Right. It is an indication of the patient no longer being a viable patient.
And that was one of the things that you noted and used in determining to end any life-saving measures.
Yes.
Now, is the only way to know if CPR has been given to be there with the person watching them?
No.
What else can tell you that CPR was given to a patient?
Well, PD on scene arriving would witness. The best way would be witness CPR.
That's the best way. Is there any other ways?
Well, yes. Again, you would have an indentation in the chest. The sternum would likely be have been cracked loose from the rib cage. And there would be, in the case of trauma, increased bleeding. You do CPR or CCR sometimes when there's not trauma, cardiac.
In this case, were other indicators the blood that was pooling only at the neck and not spread out further?
Yes.
The lack of pooling underneath the victim?
Yes, and the mechanical action of doing compressions with a gunshot wound right there would have spread blood in that area as well. It wouldn't just have gone where gravity is.
So where you saw the blood pooling was where gravity, a low spot.
That was my interpretation of it, yes.
And you did not observe spread blood across his chest.
No.
Would ongoing CPR movement of the blood through the body have also limited the modeling you may have seen?
Perhaps.
Ultimately, is it your opinion that it is unlikely that CPR was given to this patient prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any juror questions? I see at least one coming down. Please pass those down. Put on the white noise first.
I hate when jurors have questions because we don't get to hear it. It's not fair. It's just so not fair. I need to go smoke. Come on. Do they got questions? What's going on here? I heard noises for a minute. Come on. I want to hear the juror questions. They're always the best. Really? on, the juror questions are the best. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Hi. Ugh, come on. Don't do this to me. The juror questions always lead to where they're thinking. Come on. So not fair. How long is this mother fudger sidebar?
I.e. ephedrine? If no, why not?
It's.
Ooh, that was a
it's
good
not,
question. Hold on. That was a good question. That was a very good question.
All right, we have some juror questions for you. Was there any attempt to gain venous access to administer medications to aid the heart and functioning, i.e. ephedrine? If no, why not?
It's
That's a
it's
good
not
question.
indicated for trauma. It doesn't, if there's no blood to pump or the heart has stopped pumping, increasing how fast the heart pumps with ephedrine would do
Epinephrine,
nothing.
not ephedrine.
So in trauma,
Well,
it is not indicated.
Was ACLS protocol followed?
ACLS.
Yes.
I'm still here. I'm
Was
just
there a
in the
physician
background.
patched in?
No, there's no patch required for cessation of treatment. It is part of our ability and part of our training to determine non-viability.
Are fire department personnel allowed to call a patient's death?
Yes. However, time of death is a different thing if that's what you're asking. In other words, we are allowed to stop attempting to do life-saving treatment if it's merely a recovery. So does that answer?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have if the defense, first of all, let me check. Are there any other juror questions for this witness? I don't see any. The defense can follow up based on those questions if you want.
No questions. No.
All right, how about the state?
Just a couple. Sir, when would you use ephedrine?
Well, if you had just asystole, but it was a cardiac-based code. If the heart had stopped due to some disease state, electric shock, for instance, you would use epi. Are you saying epinephrine
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
you're saying, right?
If so, when you're looking at whether or not to push drugs to try to get the heart to restart, you're looking at the type of trauma that caused the heart to stop.
And how long it's been since the heart stopped.
So in a place where you said there is trauma, meaning like a gunshot wound?
Like a hole in the vessel, yes.
So that is treated differently than if someone has a heart attack and
Yes. Yes.
you were asked about.
These are all algorithms, protocols that are given for us to operate on scenes under medical control to whoever asked about the patch.
What is then the ACLS protocol?
Advanced cardiac life support. And it's just, again, it's a flow chart. Are there obvious signs of death? Yes. Stop CPR.
So here you followed that protocol and stopped CPR.
Yes, ma'am. CCR technically, but yes.
You were asked about contacting a physician, a patch or something for a cessation of treatment,
Right.
are there times where you do patch in with a physician?
Sure, you would patch en route, not for a code. You would patch en route and give a doctor, or actually it would be a nurse answering the phone, but you would let them know what you have and what treatment you have given and what treatment you are going to give en route to their facility to continue care. We are primarily to stabilize and turn over the patient, making it more viable for a rescue.
So when you terminate treatment because a patient is not viable, you cannot revive them, you don't need to talk to a doctor about that.
No, you need to call in that you did it. So there would have been a patch after that, but you don't have to call in to cease treatment.
So you don't need a blessing by a doctor to stop life-saving treatment.
Well, no, we have the blessing through our certifications and through our training. So we are operating under a doctor's license at any time we are operating. So that doctor or this group of doctors usually understands our training level and agrees to trains us to make that decision. Yes.
And so ultimately, as a paramedic, you have the authority to use that protocol to determine when you are no longer able to revive or
Yes.
save the life of a patient.
Cease life-saving functions. Yes.
And that's what you did here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our lunch recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We will resume at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
When I read it, it was that the state disclosed what it had available to it at the time, and advancements in technology may change what was able to be extracted, but that's different than the state withholding information.
That was the state's reading of the affidavit. I think the other concern comes from the fact that back on March 18th, when the state was filing motions to preclude Lonnie Dworkin, the court had a discussion with the defendant about this, about whether or not she wanted to waive time to have time for her expert to do this. And at that time, the court asked her if there was any one device that she wanted to review, which was, from the defendant's own mouth, Charles Vallow's phone. So now we have a motion that was filed, mind you, 7 days after they received the affidavit from their expert. So they held off on disclosing that while we weren't in trial, and then in the middle of trial, filed it, asking for information on numerous other devices that are in various other police agencies' possession. So although I think ultimately, I mean, the big issue is clearly the state would object to any motion to dismiss. There is no exculpatory evidence. There's no even discussion of exculpatory evidence in Mr. Dworkin's statement or their very minimally fact-invasive motion, let alone any prosecutorial misconduct. But I think we're back to the issue of Mr. Dworkin and what he's going to be permitted to bring in or talk about at this point in this trial.
All right, did you want to argue that motion right now?
Not right now.
Well, when do you want to argue it?
Well, the main problem, do you want me to argue it right now?
I'm not asking you to, but I indicated when I read your motion that it does appear not to be any discovery violation, but that the state turned over the evidence that it had at the time, and advances in that software that maybe make more information available upon an extraction than was available when they did the extraction isn't a discovery violation. I'm looking at this as more of a discovery request for additional information, which at this point in the game, I'll allow you to do your discovery requests, but I don't know that any information that's discovered between now and the end of trial would be coming in because it's so late.
In reading that affidavit, I would agree with you that that was my initial thought as well. But the problem is that the problem that we have here is that that software was available and those things were available and they were not handed over from the state. They were never handed over from the state, and they've had that information for years. So that's why we filed that motion, is because of our expert was able to download the one device that we got, that he was able to see that the complete downloads were never given, that these are reports of downloads when we know that the state had available the entire complete extraction in the first place. They just didn't give us the entire extraction. They gave us the reports of the extractions, the ones that they wanted us to have. So those were available according to the technology. They just didn't give them to us on all of the devices, but we only have proof of it on one device because that's the only device that we were able to do in a timely manner.
All right. I want to clarify a little bit. They gave you the full extraction that was available to them at the time.
No, they pulled a report from the full extraction and gave us that. That's what they gave us.
State want to respond?
Your Honor, when you extract data from a device like a cell phone, it is put into a formula where it is not readable by anyone, which is why then you use the Cellbrite technology to basically parse that data into areas that we can read and view and review. So
Is that what was given to the
that is
defense?
what was given to the defense, was the 2019 or 2020 version of the Cellbrite technology that was used to take that extraction and put it into a readable form so that you can look at, for instance, not having to search through all this data to try to find out a text message. All of them are put together with dates and times and people and locations.
Your Honor, I would request that we can have a hearing on this so that I can bring in Lonnie Dworkin and he can explain that what they did not give us.
Well, just reading his affidavit is what they gave you is what they had available to them at the time. There's no affirmative duty for them to, every time a new software version comes out that makes maybe more data available, to rerun all the information.
We're not claiming that it is. We're claiming that they had a full extraction and they gave us a report of that full extraction instead of the full extraction on all the devices. It's not what only was available to them. They did have that available. They just didn't give it to us. It's cherry picking. It's
Okay.
cherry picking is what
Well,
we got.
I don't read your own expert's affidavit the same way you're reading it, but
That's why I'd like him to be able to come in and explain it. Can we set that up?
well, we can set that up at some point, but again, this is all late and it's unlikely that anything that's happening would lead to him being allowed to testify, but maybe we'll do that this Friday or something. I don't know. We'll have to squeeze it in, but I'm not going to make the jury wait to do that.
Okay.
We'll be at recess until 1:30.
I'm back. let me mute you. Even though I can hear it, you don't have to hear it. Sandwich by the sea. What do I feast on? I don't eat lunch. I usually only eat one meal a day, and that's dinner. And that just depends on what I feel like. Today I'm having ramen. I'm having the broke people diet. I mean broke people dinner. But what's sandwich by the sea? Elaborate, please. Elaborate. You mean a tuna fish sandwich? A tuna fish sandwich? That's broke people food too. Just kidding. You know, I used to love tuna fish, and then I don't know. I think I had a bad can, and it was bad. It was bad. Anyways, so what is sandwich by the sea? You can't just laugh at me. Sandwich by the sea. Well, so far I think Lori, I just don't think she needs to cross-examine something. And I guess the cameras didn't pick up on Lori's response when they asked about the chief overhearing her saying that she's not going to get invited to any more pool parties. Peach Nappler? What the hell is that? What is Peach Nappler? I mean, there's another. Never mind. But I wouldn't call it fish. Okay, let me get my mind out of getter. But that's a new word for it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, you enjoy that. Well, shit. Shit on a shingle. I thought that I would be able to bypass through all their bullshit and go straight into it, but I guess not. I guess not. And I don't know why they haven't came back yet. Why haven't you came back yet? They said 1:30, right? It's 2 o'clock. They should be back. So they should be back any minute. You know, you don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what you talking about. What you talking about, sir? But every time you talk about lunch, then it makes me hungry. See, and I don't want to eat dinner too. But you know, ah, I need to get some more water. Water. But maybe I'll get a Mountain Dew. I really need to clean up all these bottles. Oh, cow. What's maple? See, now you got me all confused. Peach Nappler, maple, or mapai? Mapai. What is mapai? Peach Nappler mapai. Like a cream pie? Hey, stop it. Stop it, sir. Stop it. This is not the appropriate time. We are talking about murder, not not my mind being in the gutter. But yeah. Come on, mother fudgers. You're supposed to start already. I thought I was there already. I am not. I am not. I am being an angel. An angel. Tell you. Telling you I'm being an angel. Even if it's not true, I'm still an angel. I am being an angel, an angel, an angel, an angel. I'm being an angel, an angel, an angel. I need to get more water. Oh, my back. My aching back. But yeah, as far as LORIVALLOW goes, a pango. Yeah. Yeah. A pain in the ass angel. That'd be it. That'd definitely be it. Let's go. Um, but as far as LORIVALLOW goes, like, she needs to get her shit together. Like, she seems so unprepared. So unprepared. Like normal lawyers, and she's not a lawyer, that's we know that. But still, like, I don't know why she doesn't put down her questions before she cross-examines. And then, if new questions arise, like she jots that down as she's listening to the testimony. But hey, whatever. Whatevs. And I mean, she spends a lot of time um, on people that don't really need to be cross-examined. So yeah. But anywho, she's a whack job. Okay, I'm a whack job. We're all whack jobs. I'm just not as crazy as her. Okay, come on. They were supposed to come back at 1:30. I mean, it's time. With the 30-minute delay, it's time. Chop, chop. Chop, chop. Jeez Louise. Let's go, Ivo. Shoot. Tag us in because you're doing a piss poor job. I just don't know how she doesn't like. I mean, she's had all this information for a while. I don't know how long it's been since 2020, so 5 years. It's been for 5 years. Uh, she would have had enough time, like, but because she decided at the last minute that she was going to represent herself, that's when she got all the information. That's when she decided, oh well, let me do this. Well, okay, you should have been preparing for your damn freaking court case. You just got to be prepared. I don't understand this shit. This is just crazy, crazy lady. Like, get your shit together. You got all this time in your damn cell, and you don't even have the questions yet. Like, it seems like you're just barely like coming up with them as you go. It is nuts to me. What is staging? What is does that have anything to do with your case? No. Does them giving CPR to your husband have anything to do with the case? No. Like, girl, leave all that question shit for the detectives, for everything. The ones that are saying that you conspired to kill your freaking husband. Let's do that. But no, they don't. They're not. No. Like, girl, please. I can't do it. This is why you need an attorney. You need to know when to cross, not to cross, all that stuff, because you're wasting there's jurors that took time out of their lives to listen to your rambling on bullshit. And you should be more considerate of them. And what's sad is the jurors had better questions than you did. Right. But and she's had this information for 5 fucking years. Because I'm quite sure that her attorneys gave her all this information. It's the same fucking information that basically she had for her trial in freaking Idaho. What got her convicted. So how she don't know, I don't know. I mean, because you're supposed to, the reason for cross-examination is to try to catch them up on something. Impeach them, you know? And she ain't doing that. Like, she's not, you know? And then whatever questions that the state asks, that's when you jot down your extra questions. But she ain't even doing, like, it's like she's coming up with it as she goes. Like, I know, I mean, I know she thinks she's smartest one in the room, but girl. Hey. Oh, you can't hear that. I'm all dancing. Right. It is. Like, usually the jurors feed off of what the lawyers already asked. You know, those were questions that she should have asked. And then jurors just take it one step further, you know, but like nothing they asked is beneficial or not beneficial to the state or her. Like, these first responders they're not the. Oh, here we go.
SWAT officer does.
So there are many jobs within SWAT. There's regular officers that typically will do entry. There's some that specialize in breaching, some specialize in grenadiers, and then we also have the snipers. So I was cross-trained to do the regular basic entry officer stuff, as well as I became a sniper, and eventually I became a sniper instructor.
Detective.
Okay, so what kind of training did you have to go through to become a sniper and sniper instructor?
So the
wait, what does all this have to do with? They didn't have no snipers and shit like that here in this case. I don't. Okay. Anyways, let me just.
Sniper training was a basic 40-hour course. I attended that with the FBI. And as time progressed, I would attend.
Hey, state, you know what the fuck you're doing. She don't. You don't need to be asking us questions, but you might be beating her to the punch. That you're asking him questions that you think she's going to ask. So you ask him first so that she doesn't take a freaking million years. Okay, let's go.
Advanced sniper trainings so that I could enhance my skill set. And eventually, after having been on as a sniper for a while, I attended a 40-hour sniper instructor course.
Who is that with?
That was with the American Sniper Association.
As a trainer for snipers, what did that entail?
It entailed having to have a good working knowledge of the actual job, the ballistics that the rifles need to perform, knowing how to train new snipers, knowing how to keep snipers that have achieved certification to keep their skill sets up, and to keep meeting the mandates of what would be expected of a police sniper.
Did you ever become a shooting reconstruction expert?
I did.
Can you tell us, what does that mean?
I get it.
It means that I attended a course. It was a 40-hour course where it was completely hands-on. There was classroom, a lot of hands-on with you not only see the results of different impacts and things like that, but you watch it happen. And then in some cases, you actually get to make it happen. And then after that, you, as a class, you work together, putting things back together. And at the end of the 40 weeks, there is a test that you have to pass to get certification.
Oh wait, is he like a firearms expert or some shit?
You said 40 weeks?
Or sorry, 40 hours, sorry.
So what does, I guess, shooting reconstruction mean, if you could
Ah,
explain that to us?
he's a shooter.
It means being able to
reconstructionist.
take information from a scene and
right.
being able to put it together to reconstruct as best as possible or humanly possible what
Give me a
happened.
moment.
For instance, you have bullet strikes.
I gotta go get water anyway.
In
so
some
hey,
cases, you can actually get a good angle or ballistics information so that you can backtrack it and get an approximate area where the shooter had to have been. In many cases, you can help articulate whether information given to you was factual or if the information given to you was not. And this is very handy when there are no witnesses and you only have basically the person saying what happened.
Is there any type of certification process to be a shooting reconstruction expert?
Yes, at the end of that course, I had to successfully complete a test in order to get certification.
And when did that occur?
That was in, I believe, early 2017.
Who is that through? Who puts that on?
It was with Michael Haig,
I don't got nothing for
his
you.
company.
Who is Michael Haig?
He is part of a duo, father-son duo, that have become quite renowned for their ability to do ballistics and then teach it and train other people with it.
And have you utilized those skills that you learned in that shooting reconstruction course as a detective since then?
Yes, many times.
I assume you passed the certification test?
I did.
So on July 11th of 2019, were you working as a detective at that time for the homicide unit at the Chandler Police Department?
Yes, I was.
During the weekdays, what were your, I guess, work hours normally?
My normal work hours were Monday through Thursday, about 7 to 5.
When you are working as a detective, we've heard a patrol is out driving around. What are you guys doing?
Well, we carry a caseload. So many times we are working on the cases that we've taken previous days or weeks ahead of time. We're trying to come to a conclusion for those particular cases. But many times we also will have our radios on, just kind of listening to what's going on.
So are you at your office is at the main police station?
Correct.
Okay. On July 11th of 2019, did you hear some police radio traffic of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
Yes, I did.
Did you respond to the scene?
After collecting some equipment and putting it in my vehicle, yes.
Is that normal then for detectives with homicide to go out to the scenes?
For the unit at the time, yes, it was.
Can you describe for us what the scene looked like when you arrived?
There were police vehicles around.
Oh, did you do a 3D
There were
scan?
officers that had established a perimeter. Some crime scene tape was already put in place. And they basically had frozen the scene.
Do you recall
Yes.
about how far away this scene was from the
That's what
station
I'm
where you
shaking
were
right
located?
now.
15, 20-minute drive.
Oh, let me give you your water here.
When you arrived there, were other detectives arriving? How
I'll
does
share.
that work?
There were several of us that had self-deployed, and we were in various stages of being on our way there. So other detectives did arrive.
How do you decide which detective is going to do what at a scene when you all just show up there?
Well, a lot of times it's just a matter of who speaks up first saying, I'm going to take case. If it's after hours, then the person that's on call will usually be the person to do it. But if it's during regular business hours, it's kind of like a little wrestling match to figure out who's going to end up taking it.
What role did you get?
I got assigned the scene.
Okay. What does that mean to be assigned scene?
So the scene work, assigned scene means that you're responsible
Did you
for
do a 3D scan?
making
I
sure
don't
that the
care
scene
about
is
anything
processed
else. Did you
properly,
do a 3D scan?
accumulate whatever
tell me
evidence is
you're a 3D
necessary,
scan.
report back
Please
to
tell me
the
you
actual
did a 3D
case
scan.
agent, your findings, so that they can stay aware of how things are transitioning and being learned.
Water and
And then they can
beyond.
start
To
making informed
infinity and
decisions on what the next
beyond.
step is going to be.
Do you do that alone or do you have help?
It depends on the scene. In this particular case, I had Detective Duncan along with me.
And do you have any, does Chandler Police Department have any like crime scene specialists or people that come up to help as well?
Yes, when I left the crime scene officer program, they had actually started a civilian program so that they could free up the officer's responsibility. So Chandler has several crime scene techs that will respond out when called.
And was someone called out to that scene?
Yes.
Do you sort of, as the scene agent, help, I guess, tell them what to do? Are you the person who's overseeing the whole scene?
It's more of a collaborative effort. We do provide direction on things that we're specifically interested in, but I've worked with them for many years, so it's pretty easy for us to just understand, all right, some of the basics that have to be done, such as overall photographs. Before we even think about manipulating anything or marking anything, we want to try to capture the scene as it was that we walked into it.
As the scene agent, did you create a diagram to just reflect what the scene looked like?
That reminds me of the other day. Okay, I'm gonna make a joke and yeah. But anyways, I can light your way.
Yes.
And is that to scale?
That
It's not to
was corny as
scale. It's
fuck,
close, but it's
but
not
I
to
don't
scale.
care.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 5.
Come on.
And I think there's a second page in there.
It is behind, but it's not exposed to the back. Yes.
And is that the sketch and then the second page measurements of that diagram that you made?
Yes.
It's just a diagram. It's not a 3D scan.
Any objection?
If it's not to scale, I don't know how it will be helpful, but no objection.
All right, Exhibit 5 is admitted.
And if I may
It's
publish.
helpful to give the jury an idea, lady. Oops, later. Come on, get with it. Chop, chop. Really?
Oh, we might use the one behind you.
Right.
All right, can I have the detective? Oh, never mind. There you go. Okay, so this is Exhibit 5, the first page. Is this sort of an overview of the entire residence?
That's a
as
big
well
house.
as the items of
Or
evidence
big
that
condo, or
you
big, whatever it is.
collected?
Big house. There we go.
That is correct.
So we understand.
One day I will own a
Where we
house.
see these little yellow placards, what do those indicate on your diagram?
On this diagram, they indicate the items of evidence for that particular room.
And do they each have a number associated with them?
Yes.
And is the second page
Well,
of your
you're pretty
diagram
good at drawing there,
reflection
dude.
of
I couldn't
what
do that
each of those
shit.
numbers refers to?
Yes, it is.
We see in this A, B, and distances. What is that?
So the reference points, for this particular purpose, we did a triangulation method. So we take measurements from
Ah,
two
they
known
did
points in that room, and then
triangulation.
we measure out to the item of interest. And then that was how we get a point A and a point B measurement.
All right, so at the first page here, that's the actual diagram. What is the reference points that you are using to make these distance measurements?
So the reference points are not depicted on this diagram, but in this particular room, if you look at the wall where items number 2 and 12 are, the upper or the left upper corner is
Two,
B,
and where the fuck is
and
Football?
if you go
Okay.
straight down towards the kitchen area, that along that wall, that corner is A.
Okay, so when we see a reference measurement from
21
A
inches
of 21 feet to the bat, we're talking
from
21
here.
feet this way should be where the bat was?
No, you're talking 21 feet from that corner, straight line to the bat.
Okay,
So,
so
like
the
that.
whatever the closest
So like
measurement
that.
closest
Like
way to
that.
get there would be?
Correct.
So the bat, it would be something like that.
Correct.
And then when we see reference point B for the bat, then you're talking from this point to the bat?
Correct.
Okay, just so we
Yeah, you
understand.
got it, lady. Wait.
When Chandler Police Department goes to a
Oh,
scene
that's
like
the
this,
freaking.
do they utilize any type of photography system to help better document a scene so that you can see things more clearly sometimes than with photographs alone?
Yes, depending on the scene, we would use a system called the Lizard Q.
What is Lizard Q?
It's, in essence, a 360-degree photographic system that
Is
you
it
set up on a
3D?
tripod inside or wherever your
Please tell
location
me
is,
it's
inside,
3D.
outside. And you start the process, and the internal
That's
computer
3D
for this
scan,
system
basically. You
specifically takes
why
a
are
set
you-
number of pictures where it's overexposed all the way to underexposed and the images in between. And it does this at various locations along the path to create enough overlapping images. And then those images are stitched together and actually create a 360-degree sphere of the scene.
Did you have to get trained on how to use Lizard Q?
There was some training involved, yes.
If, again, my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 139, you can take a look at that.
But I thought you didn't like him. Oh.
You
Okay.
recognize a thumb drive that is in Exhibit 139.
Yes.
What is on that thumb drive?
On this thumb drive will be the Lizard Q spheres.
And is there a reader on there so that you can actually view it?
Correct.
There's a piece of paper in there as well. What is that?
The piece of paper is a set of instructions on how to use the LizardQ viewer so that you can view the spheres.
And did you initial the thumb drive to indicate that you had viewed it and you recognize that as the LizardQ that you created on July 11th of 2019?
I have,
Or did you actually create that?
I created the thumb drive.
And that's your thumb drive that you put it onto?
Yes.
All right. State will move to admit Exhibit 139.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
139 submitted.
Judge, at this point, might I ask the witness to come down here to utilize the LizardQ? I can sit at the table, but it needs to be put into a computer to do that, and I don't think we can hook it up there. All right, so if you can insert that on the laptop. Yeah, thank you.
Come on, come on.
I just might have to log into my computer, sorry. Oh, no, sorry. I will let you from there. All right. Can you talk us through, so you've opened the thumb drive to where that's at. How do you get to viewing this program?
So first, you'll have to double click on.
Hold on, one sec, I'm sorry, we're waiting for it to. Yes, the USB is in that laptop up there on the podium. There, yeah.
So first you need to double click on the LizardQ viewer.exe so it can open it up. And then it's going to ask you where to look for the spheres. That's going to be. And then you just double click on the sphere you choose to open up, and it will open it up for you.
Can you make that larger so we can?
Waiting for it to respond.
Got it. Okay.
So once you have the sphere open, you want me to just.
Yeah, if you can just tell us how to work that first, and then we'll ask a few questions.
So once you have the sphere open, if you depress the left mouse button, you can actually move the images around.
Well, why aren't you showing it, cameraman?
Without depressing the mouse button, you can zoom in and you can zoom out with the scrolling.
Oh,
wheel.
is there already is he deceased on the ground? Can't see.
If you
That's why
depress
you
the
can't
right
see it.
mouse
Damn
button
it!
and use the scrolling wheel, this will darken or lighten your sphere. It will give you the ability to.
I wanted
look
to see
outside,
the 3D
as
scan.
opposed to just the photographs washing it out normally so you can see inside. With this particular program, you can open up multiple windows, but you'll really only be able to view one at a time, but you can go back and forth between them.
So for this sphere that we're looking at, we see Charles Vallow there, correct?
Yes.
And then there's some white cards that we see around the room.
Damn.
What are those?
Those are 3x5 cards that officers have dropped in the scene. A lot of times they'll do that to help identify to detectives items that they observed and to be a warning to other officers to
Got that
watch out
eyelash
for
on
these
my
items as you're either moving through or exiting the scene.
Is the Lizard Q program then used prior to the scene being documented and, well, let me
Well,
say this.
no.
We saw in your diagram, Exhibit 5, that there were little yellow placards or numbered items.
Okay, I'm still here. I'm just
Is that
going
something
outside.
that's actually done in the scene? So we were looking at the bat, for instance.
Correct. So in this particular moment in time, we just merely left it with the placards there. Again, it was attempting to capture the scene as we as an investigative unit found it. There can be times that we'll do this first and eventually go through putting evidence placards down and then maybe do another sphere showing all the evidence placards.
So would it be fair to say that this is done to document the scene prior to police going through and having, maybe digging through areas to find potential evidence?
Right. It's much like when we do overall photographs with the 35 millimeter camera. This is just another enhancement of that.
For this room where we see Mr. Vallow, do we have two different spheres?
Yes, in this particular room, I did a lower sphere and then I raised it on the tripod that you can see in it to another height. And then I did a sphere there. So we have a program that we can combine those and make it a measurement sphere. So we could do measurements linear, but not to and from the camera because of its limitations.
So what is provided here is without measurements.
That is correct.
And without anything being marked yet.
Aside from the 3x5 parts.
Can you show us the lower level sphere as well?
This is the lower level.
Okay, then the upper level one, sorry.
As you can see, your point of view has changed a little bit, but the room has remained the same.
Okay. And that's all using the same initial placement of that tripod, but just moving the camera height up higher or lower?
Correct. The tripod has the ability to elevate to the platform that the camera is actually on.
All right, thank you. Connor, could I have the witness go back to the,
Yes.
thank you. I'm gonna turn this for now. So although that documents what the scene looked like that we saw prior to the marking of evidence, as a scene agent, do you still utilize photographs?
100%, yes.
Why?
It's just an added fail-safe. The lizard queue can, if you do the lizard queue, then you're restricted to just the view from where that camera is at. When we do overall photography, we actually move around and get it from different perspectives. This is just another tool in the ability to show what the scene looked like.
Did you also photograph rooms where the lizard queue was not used?
Yes.
When you photograph a scene, what is the process for that?
I'm not
When
sure
you-
I understand.
Sure. When you enter a scene as a scene agent and you are looking at one like this, do you just go into the room where this person is and just photograph that area and that's it?
No, we would photograph the entire place to document it. The lizard queue, because of the volume that it takes and not necessarily information that would require the setup of a sphere, then we will just stick with the crime scene photos for those particular rooms.
Okay. So I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 6 through 138. You can look at those and let me know if you recognize what those are photographs are.
Okay.
Do you recognize all those photos?
Yes, I do.
Do they accurately depict 5531 South Four Peaks Place, both before and during and after processing it?
Yes, through various stages of the investigation.
Your Honor, if I can have those shown to the defendant.
Yeah.
Now, Detective, when you guys are processing a scene, in addition to photographing it, are you also looking for items that you may want to collect and actually bring back with you?
That's correct.
Can you talk to us about what procedures you use to collect and impound physical items of evidence that you're going to take with you?
Sure. It depends on the type of physical evidence, what the circumstances of the offense are. So the type of collection method can vary, but inevitably we'll identify it first, then we'll document it with photographs, and then we will come up with the plan that we're going to recover the evidence. And typically on scenes, I like to work in a particular direction collecting evidence. Others have their own method, but that's the method I typically use. And then I work along with the crime scene tech, and we'll go through exactly what we talked about. We'll have the overall pictures taken. We identify things that we believe are going to be relevant. And then we'll, for identification purposes, we'll usually affix some form of evidence tag, a marker, things along those lines. Not all items are actually taken. Some are actually just documented because it's impractical to remove certain things, such as a slab of concrete or something like that. So depending on the situation. So after it's documented, first with photograph, placard, photographed again, and then we will collect it. If DNA is an issue, the crime scene tech will be the one that'll take care of the method for doing it, and they will take the protective measures, whether they do gloves, swapping gloves out, or they do face masks, depending upon the nature of the evidence. If it's super DNA critical, then we will pull all the precautions out. In this particular case, it was not DNA critical.
Do you still wear like gloves or anything like that when you are collecting these items of evidence?
Absolutely.
And are you using them and changing them to ensure, for instance, you don't transfer blood from one item onto another?
Right, and typically that's what our crime scene techs will do. We will direct the method or the order we're going to collect, and then we'll go through that. And they'll be the ones that'll photograph. They'll change the gloves, place it in the envelope. Typically it's a paper envelope. And then we'll move on to the next item and repeat the method.
So in this case, I'll put 5 back up if I can have the Alamo. Thank you. What was your process for how you wanted to go through this home in reviewing, collecting the evidence?
So for this particular method, I chose to work from the north towards the south, collecting as we went. Item 1 being the hat, which is at the north end of the room. And then it was kind of a toss up between 2 and 3. So I just decided to go ahead and go for 2, and then we would work our way down from there.
Okay. And so we see in this diagram, north is up this direction.
It's to the left of the image, yes.
Okay. And so in the photographs that you're taking of these individual items, do you see those placards or something that shows a 1?
Yes.
Now you talk about in this that there are scenes where you may have difficulty collecting an item. In this scene, did you actually cut out some pieces of evidence to bring back with you.
Yes, and that's why you'll see numbers higher than what was originally in the room associated to those items.
When you are processing a scene, do you always know what may be relevant or not relevant?
Not always immediately.
Is that one of the reasons why the entire residence is photographed instead of just what appears to be relevant here in that one room?
Correct.
So that later, if anyone wants to look at another room, that's been documented adequately.
Right.
When you're going through a house, even though you walk in and you see Charles Vallow on the ground there, are you still checking all of the rooms to see if there could potentially be something of evidence there?
Well, certainly, I'm no stranger to not having all of the information initially when I show up. So I will go through and I'll look at the residence to see if there's anything that actually stands out immediately. And maybe I'll be able to ask a few questions of whoever's doing the interviews to see if there's any relevance to it.
So are you looking for instance, any bloody items?
That would be important.
Are you looking for any projectiles or anything else that might be not in this room?
Certainly. Bullets pass through walls.
Are you looking for any evidence that might be related to this individual, Charles Vallow, like wallets or things like that that might have been left somewhere in the house?
Yeah, anything that could properly identify who was or may have been present at the time.
And that's sort of all those photographs as well.
Correct.
When you photograph a scene, do you start at the outside of the home?
Yes, we will typically start at the outside and work our way in and carefully avoid the items of evidence that have been readily made identifiable.
So Exhibit 6 here, what are we seeing here?
So this would be the front of the residence. It faces west. And we're looking at the main entrance that's just off to the right of the closed single garage door, and that door is open.
Your Honor, we're going to have to object. We haven't agreed to admit any of these pictures that are being posted.
I'm sorry, I did show them. The state will move to admit exhibits, 6 through 38, or 138.
Any objection?
To some of them, I mean, they're very similar, and I don't think that they all need to be put on there.
So your objection is that some of them are cumulative?
Yes. Yes, Your
Right.
Honor.
Let me see them. What numbers?
Yeah, which number, sorry?
6 through what?
138.
Damn, 138
One,
photos.
maybe
Holy fuck.
cumulative.
Yeah, I'd have to go back through to get them specifically. I have some.
Well, let me browse them.
Wow, Lori actually made an objection. Holy shit. Anyways, I just want to know how the hell dude that was hit with the bat, how his glasses were still on his freaking head, back right here. If you got hit with the bat, how the fudge is your damn what you call it still on your glasses still on your head? How does that happen? Like, that doesn't make no damn sense at all. None. Zero. Nada. That caused you to freaking shoot him. That's suspicious. Like, maybe the stage, maybe the scene was staged. I mean, he wasn't doing CPR, what else was he fucking doing? Putting a bat there, hit himself in the head, dink, and then, stage the scene. Interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. I have questions. I'm not supposed to have questions so far. And it's not on the side of the defense. Like, I have questions. I mean, yeah, on the side of the defense. Like that's where I would prove it, is right there. Is how the fudge did he still have glasses on his head if the scene wasn't staged? How? Because I know if I was hit with a bat right there, I mean, the glasses were right here. He had a little knot on his head right here. Like, it don't make no fudging sense. What, did he put the glasses on afterwards? Like, I wouldn't think to put the glasses, I mean, they weren't fully on, they were backwards. Like, the glasses were backwards. So, and then or they were up here, whatever. Anyways, but, and he had a little boo-boo on his head that I guess was bleeding. I got questions. I mother fudging got questions. Now I'm starting to think that it was staged. I wonder if the detectives can tell me that. I wonder if Mr. Detective with the overall pictures can tell me that. Because that seems mighty strange. His hat's way above his head, like over on the other wall, and the bat's to the right of him next to the other wall. Like, it just seems weird to me. Like, it. Yeah, I got questions. That's probably why they said no. It's not self-defense. Mofudgers. My goodness, it takes you a long time there, sir. 138 pictures. Holy fudge. That's just crazy. Where the hell's my water at? Oh, I need to find the ibuprofen. Ibuprofen, where'd you go? Ibuprofen? Where are you?
All right. Well, I've reviewed exhibits 6 through 138. While many of the exhibits show multiple pictures of the same items, there's no two pictures that are the same. They show different angles,
So it's
different
not
distances, different perspectives, and in some
cumulative.
cases,
Yeah, it's
the
from
item
different spots.
as it was found, as opposed
from
to
different
someone
spouts.
picking it up and showing it from a different angle. So they're somewhat cumulative, but the court will admit those exhibits. They may help assist
Whether
the
you
jury
like it or
in
not.
visualizing the scene and determining where things were at the scene.
That's why you do a 3D scan, sir.
So we had talked about Exhibit 6 being the front of the house. The door that you were talking about there, is that the door we saw in the lizard queue that was in that front room?
Yes, that's the double front main door.
Exhibit 7 and 8, was that to document a vehicle that was there?
Yes, again, to try to do overalls of the scene to show how it was when we got there.
At that time, did you know whose vehicle that was?
I did not have the opportunity, nor did I run the license plate of it, but it was documented, and I believe later on it was learned.
Okay, thank you. But not something you were responsible for?
Correct.
When we get to Exhibit 9 And then 10.
Was that the
is this
vehicle in
sort
the
of coming
freaking
up to-
driveway?
I'm going to pull this back a little.
Yes, that's approaching closer to the door.
Stop it.
11, which way are we looking as we enter the door? here
Stop
on
it.
11?
So you would be looking to the
Stop it!
northeast, northeast.
Stop it.
And you had talked about in a diagram.
Don't
a
forget
hat.
to
Is
take your
that sort of
pills.
what we see here.
Correct.
Is exhibit 12 sort of looking the opposite way from that sort of vantage point?
Correct.
Or south?
Southeast, yeah.
And does exhibit 13 show us what the front entryway looks like?
Correct. So this image would have been taken from the northeast corner of the main room there.
We can see in this then the hat with the placard of 1.
Correct.
So when we are looking at your diagram exhibit 5 and we see the 1, that's what that's referring to.
Correct.
Exhibit 14, can you tell us our perspective of what we're looking at here?
So you're standing in roughly the northwest corner of the room, just down from the entryway, and you're looking south.
So we start to see some of those white cards there. Is this before you have added in the yellow placards?
Correct. This would have been part of the overall photographic effort.
So when we're looking at this house, I'm going to put up exhibit 15. Can you describe for us this wall here? Sort of, can you go all the way around that?
So that wall with the mirror itself is blocking where the kitchen is. There's an entrance to the
Don't
kitchen
move,
to the
boys,
right of that
portals.
wall. And again, you could get to the kitchen through the left
She needs
opening
those.
as well. But I think there's also like a
I don't
family
know what
room
portal she's
by
going
that
to,
area.
but she needs those mirrors. Jeez, please.
But it's open. One could walk through either of these
So she
ways
can
and
try to
come
open a
around
portal.
back out the opposite door.
Yes.
Okay. So exhibit 16, we see Charles as he lay when fire has left him at this point.
Correct.
So the items we see on him, we've heard of them cutting his shirt and things like that. This is you documenting how he was when you started to come into the scene
Correct.
after fire's already treated him and determined he was deceased.
Yes.
Over here, we start to see an area. What is right over there?
So just past that most southern index card is a hallway that extends to a bathroom and I believe at least 2 bedrooms.
Looking sort of to the north, what is this hallway here?
So now we're just looking north past the entryway. You can see the hat in the right part of the image there. And that would lead up to the master bedroom garage.
Goodness.
When you are looking at a scene like this, where you have a shooter, are you wanting to document all the different views of the items and the victim where they lay in the scene?
Yes, it's important to establish where things were at when we found them.
Now, are you able to tell us, for instance, if a casing rolled or a bullet rolled as fire is there or initial officers coming through? yourself?
Having not been present to see it, I would not be able to tell you if any item happened to have been manipulated.
Does 19 show us part of that hallway that we're talking about to the bedrooms?
Yes, it does.
And then right next to it, would that be the sort of doorway into the kitchen?
Correct. That's the past this mirror on the left would be where the wall rounds a little bit and leads to the kitchen.
So exhibit 21 here, we see this hat. Why in 22 that you marked as number 1? Why do you
I'd like
collect
to see
something
the
like
hat,
that?
motherfuckers.
The indications to me, initial assessment was that there was some kind of a struggle that took place. And it was unknown at the time who the hat belonged to. So it was decided that this could be important.
Are you given more than one chance to go through a house and try to collect evidence, or is it sort of a one-time shot?
Usually it's a one-time shot.
So if you aren't sure if something is relevant, do you collect it?
Yes,
So that later, if you determine it is, you have it?
correct.
And if you determine it's not, then no harm, no foul?
Well, I don't know about no foul, but it's, yeah.
So in this case, did you know whose hat that was?
I did not.
I'm gonna put up.
It was
15
Joe Mama's
first.
hat.
In the diagram, we had seen a number over in this area. What was that?
The item should be marking a baseboard.
Hey,
and there's
Daniel,
a
how are
bullet
you?
strike
Oh,
in the
let me do
baseboard.
that right now.
All right, I'm putting up 23 here. And then I'm gonna put up 24. What are we looking at here?
So what you're looking at is the actual bullet strike where it peeled away a portion of the baseboard, but remained embedded in the baseboard.
So I'm gonna put up, as we kind of go closer, 24, 25, 26. Did you eventually
Stop.
show in 27 that you guys pulled back some of that board to get to show what was embedded in there?
Correct. And at some point, we
No,
were
I'm not
needing
that
to recover
talented.
that projectile.
Okay. And so in
Not
28,
that
does this
talented.
reflect, now you've kind of photographed what it looked like when you first saw it, and then as you peeled it back and the actual bullet or projectile that was removed from there?
Correct.
And 29 show that bullet from a different angle.
Yes.
When you were looking at this, and I'm going to put 30 and 31, was there actually some sort of white paint transfer on part of that?
There's a little bit of transfer of material to the nose of the bullet, yes.
I can have my paralegal approach with 243 and 245, or sorry, 243 and 235. Detective, do you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
This would be the section of baseboard that we removed from the wall, as well as the projectile that we had removed from the baseboard.
And I'm going to put up 34 here. Does that show sort of after you pulled out that section of that baseboard?
Yes, after it was cut out.
And then it's the projectile that you recovered in there? From that location, the other exhibit?
The other exhibit is the projectile that was recovered from there, yes.
State will move to admit 243 and 235.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
You said 243 and 245?
35.
Oh.
243 and 235.
It's ordered to make 243 and 235.
Yeah, if somebody else is doing it.
If I can have my paralegal go retrieve that.
But I'm not high maintenance at all. No.
So let me put up, to give us again a different perspective, 17 here. We've talked about, as you're kind of working your way down, you told us you started with the hat, then you went over to the baseboard, and then you went back to the west wall.
Someone
Yes.
else is doing it and somebody
So we
else is
see in
paying
this
for it.
photograph, exhibit 17, what you have marked as item 3. What was that?
That was the baseball bat.
I'm going to show exhibit 35. Is that a closer up of that bat?
Yes, it is.
Were photographs taken of the sort of edge of the bat itself.
Ha ha ha.
The
The
fat edge, I guess.
the fat edge.
Here,
Let's
I
call
don't
it
know
that.
nomenclature of the bat, so yeah,
Not the handle. How's that?
yes.
When you were looking at this, were you looking for any blood? And I'm going to put up 37, 38, 39, or any biological material?
We were looking for visible evidence, yes.
Um, Did you observe any?
Was there
yourself?
blood on the
I
bat?
did not.
Oh,
Did the edge look pristine and clean to you, visibly?
Visibly, I did not see any sort of biological evidence on it.
Did you note any biological?
oh, wait, hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa.
I did not.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What did you just say, sir?
Told us you started with the hat, then you went over to the baseboard, and then you went back to the west wall.
Yes,
And so we see in this photograph, Exhibit 17, what you have marked as item 3. What was that?
that was the baseball bat.
I'm going to show Exhibit 35. Is that a closer up of that bat?
Yes, it is.
Were photographs taken of the sort of edge of the bat itself?
The
The
fat edge, I guess.
the fat edge.
Here,
Let's
I
call
don't
it
know
that.
nomenclature of the bat, so yeah,
Not the handle. How's that?
yes.
When you were looking at this, were you looking for any blood? And I'm going to put up 37, 38, 39, or any biological material?
We were looking for visible evidence, yes.
Did you observe any yourself?
I did not.
Did the edge look pristine and clean to you, visibly?
Visibly, I did not see any sort of biological evidence on it.
Did you
Whoa.
note any biological evidence?
Whoa. Hold on. Whoa. You would think he would see blood because dude claimed that he got hit in the head with the bat. And that's the whole reason why he pewed and, unalived dude. Hold up. See, I knew something was funny with this. His stupid shade's still on his head. And then I get maybe he had 1 inch, blah, blah, blah. But where's the blood, man? Where's the blood? Where's the mother frickin' blood?
It was visible to you.
I did not.
With 249.
I really need to cut my hair.
Do you recognize what 249 is?
Yes, it's the bat.
Yes, I do.
And is that the bat that we have seen in these photos marked as item number 2? We see here
Why
in
is it in
Exhibit 35.
plastic?
Yes.
What if it had
State will
biological
move to
material
admit
on it?
249, Your Honor.
Any objection? 248 and 249 are admitted.
Hmm. Interesting. Please tell me
That
that
was
somebody
item
did
number 3.
DNA on the
I'm gonna put up
motherfucking
Exhibit
bat.
40. Do we see a placard there
Oh,
for number 4?
fucking-
Yes.
And what
Uh-huh.
was item number 4? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 42 here.
It is a full metal jacket projectile.
Full Metal Jacket, baby.
And in 43, does that show
That was a
a
good
different
movie.
angle of that projectile?
Yes.
So this projectile was recovered
Get out of my face.
to the
Hey, straggler, get out of my
maybe
face.
northeast of Charlesvallow.
Yes.
And was there any visible damage to this projectile?
There was some deformation to the projectile.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 239.
think I might come here to like right there. That's a lot of hair. Maybe right there. No.
Do you recognize 239?
Yes, I do.
And what is 239?
This would be what's identified in the picture as item number 4, the projectile that was found close to the body.
State will move to admit 239.
Objection.
No objection.
239's admitted.
Wait, you're not taking it out?
When you are photographing the scene, are you, again, we know
Well,
this
this is
is
some
after
kind
fire
of
has been
weird
there.
showing
Yes.
fucking evidence.
Were you present when fire was there?
I believe their engine was still there when I arrived on scene, but they were not inside.
So were you present when they were working on Mr. Vallow in the home?
No,
So do you know whether or not they had moved this projectile at all?
I do not.
When you were looking at Mr. Vallow himself, I'm going to put up 41, did you notice something on his left hand?
On the left hand, yes.
Yes. What did you notice on his left
I
hand?
guarantee they're going to go to
Substance consistent with apparent blood.
30.
When you were looking at Mr.
I
Vallow,
mean, break, not lunch.
did you note
Jeez.
any other blood on his left arm?
I did not see any.
Oh, my back
And when you
hurts.
are looking at Mr. Vallow, are you looking at the rest of his body to see if you noted any blood on his right arm?
Correct. I did not see any on the right arm. I did not manipulate the body until the medical examiner showed up.
So visibly, as he laid there in that supine position on the back with his arms out, what you were able to see, did you see any other blood like we observed on his left hand anywhere else?
On his chest, there was a little bit of blood, but on his extremities, I did not see any.
And so when we talk about his chest, is this the blood that we see here, sort of?
Above and below the pads.
So if he was shot upwards, wouldn't some blood
Did
come
the
down
blood
here?
to Mr. Vallow's left hand?
Just some
stand
here
out
before
to
he
you in
fell
any way?
back? Like, wouldn't that have?
Yes, it was interesting that it's just on that one particular part.
Well, maybe he was holding his
But
heart.
it's not completely surprising.
Was there any blood on the floor around where his hand was?
No,
So although we've heard of blood pooling underneath him, there was no blood around his hand as it laid there.
correct.
Meaning his hand wasn't bleeding. He probably had his hand up to his heart.
So going back again to Exhibit 17, we've now talked about 1, 2, 3, and 4, correct? Do we see a
Yes.
placard number 5 there?
Yes,
What was placard number 5? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 45 now.
it was a shell casing.
And I'm going to put up 46 to be closer of it. And 47.
Where
Were you
was the
able to
shell
determine what
casing at?
caliber that was?
But if it was hardwood
Yes,
floors,
it belonged
would've
to a 45
bounced
automatic
and
pistol.
rolled and shit.
Now, as a police officer, do you have a semi-automatic pistol yourself?
At least one.
Okay. And I guess as a reserve officer, do you still have some?
I'm not a reserve officer. I'm just retired. But yes, I still possess firearms.
All right. So in terms of a semi-automatic handgun and seeing this type of casing, can you tell us when you fire a gun, where does this come from? What is that?
So in this particular image, we are looking at what's commonly called a head stamp. That's going to be the opposite end of where the actual projectile would be inserted into the casing. The circular ring that you see in the head stamp there is actually what's called the primer. And That's what the firing pin hits to initiate the primer charge, which ignites the powder and then sends the projectile through the barrel.
So if I put up 48 here, we have a projectile that goes through the barrel. What is this item here? It's casing.
So this is what's left of the cartridge.
You
So it's
once
the
lived a
casing.
comfy
This is what
couch.
holds the powder charge, it holds the primer, and it holds the projectile all in one unit until it's initiated with the firing pin striking the primer.
Wow.
After the charge starts the projectile down the barrel, then the most semi-automatic weapons will actually, the slide will start moving back to the rear, and there's a piece of the slide called an extractor that goes around that back rim of the projectile there, around the head stamp, and it pulls it backwards out of the chamber. And then it completes the cycle going all the way to the rear where it hits what's called an ejector, and that kicks the casing out of the gun
Goodness.
and readies it to go forward, stripping a new cartridge off the magazine, if there is one, and loading that into the chamber ready for the next
Melon
shot.
Bowl? Oh.
So when you fire the gun, projectile
I
goes
don't
out the
have
barrel
those.
and this casing gets kicked out.
Correct.
So I'm going to go back again to Exhibit 17 where we see 5. And I'm going to put up Exhibit 49.
In my mind, went straight to the gutter
To
with that one.
the south of 5 here, did you find another casing?
Yes.
Is that what we see in Exhibit 49 and 50 as placard 6?
Yes, it is.
So were those located in the generally in the same location?
Fairly close to each other.
When a casing is ejected from a gun, do they just plop down and stay
Okay,
right where
when my
they
upper back
landed?
No,
usually my lower.
there are many different types of firearms out there, so the casings can eject in different directions. Some will, or most will eject out to the right. Some will go farther back towards the right, some will go forward, some will go center, some actually kick higher up in the middle. It really depends on the manufacturer, the process, how the person's holding the firearm. So there are a lot of things about it, but there's usually sufficient energy designed in it so that it kicks the casing out so it doesn't interfere with the feeding of the next cartridge.
Otherwise, it's a misfire.
In your experience
Or a
firing
jam.
guns, can casings bounce or roll or move after they are ejected?
Yes.
Item that we see is number 6 and number 50 there.
I really
What
think they
caliber
staged
casing was
the
that?
scene.
It's a little blurry.
Do you
I'm
recall
going
if it
with
was the
that.
same 45 caliber as the other one?
They were both 45 caliber.
I can have,
That's what I would ask. If I was on the juror, does it seem like the scene was staged? I really would. Could the scene being staged be a possibility? Something like that. Jam or jelly? Ooh, I like jam. I like jam. I got too much jelly. I like jam. Homemade jam's my favorite.
do you recognize?
Jelly is processed. Come
Yes.
on now.
What are those?
These are the casings recovered from the main room where the body was.
What we saw as 5 and 6 in the exhibits?
That's correct.
State will move to admit 238 and 240.
Any objection to 248 and 240?
No objection.
248 and 240 are admitted.
238 and
Oh,
240.
I'm sorry, 238 and 240? Okay, they're admitted.
Now, Do the police?
That's why I
move
said
the
I got
body
too much
when you're
chili.
processing the
I like
scene?
jam.
Do you go around and move Mr. Vallow around?
No,
Do you have to wait for someone from the medical examiner's office to come do that?
that is correct.
Sort of the body is their responsibility.
One day
Yes.
it'll be gone.
Are you present while they're doing that?
Absolutely.
And are you looking for any other evidence that may be on, around, underneath Mr. Vallow?
Correct.
In this case, did the medical examiner's office come and remove Mr. Vallow's remains?
Yes, they did.
Once his remains were removed, did you document by photographing, we see here in 53, the blood?
Yeah, can
that
we
was
see
left
those
behind?
photos? I'd like to
Yes,
see those
typically we
photos.
would call this the void image to show what it looked like after the body has been removed.
Now, is the blood been moved somewhat by the body itself being moved?
Correct. Part of the process is the medical examiner's investigator will manipulate the body by rolling it from one side or the other to get a good look at the side that's not visible with how it was laying. And then they'll work on manipulating the body into the bag for transport.
Manipulating the body.
So,
Body
looking at the
manipulation.
void or the blood pool that we see here, has it been altered somewhat from what we saw or observed while Mr. Vallow's body was there
Can we see those
to-
goddamn pictures?
due to the movement of his remains?
That would be safe to say,
When we
yes.
can't see no evidence.
Did you and other officers clean up that blood pool?
Yes.
And in doing
really
so,
not
did
sure. Let
you
me try.
observe
See.
anything on the floor?
That's-
Yes, underneath, well, once the blood was cleared off, we could actually see a defect in the wooden floor that was consistent with the projectile strike.
All right, I've put up exhibit 56. There's a placard number 13 there. Is that far away so we can see the location of where that is in perspective to the room?
Yes,
Having seen Mr. Vallow's remains in the room and then having them removed, were you able to determine approximately where this defect that we see marked as 13 was located in relation to Mr. Vallow's body?
yes, it would have been consistent with being under his left shoulder.
Did you take closer up photos of that defect?
Yes,
Can you put up 59 that shows that?
Hey,
placard?
bitch, you moved it
Is
too
this
quick.
what you were talking about?
Yeah,
that is correct.
trying to
How
look
did
here.
you, let me,
No fudger.
did you take closer up photos
God, she
of
just
that
didn't
defect?
give a fuck.
Yes,
Can you put up 59 that shows that placard? Is this what you were talking about?
that is correct.
Where the fuck's the blood
How
at
did
though?
you- Well, let me ask you this. Did you look at the rest of
Is
the
that it?
floor to see if
Is
there
this it?
were anything else that looked like that?
Yes, that was consideration, so we did look at the rest of the floor.
So you went through that whole room to see if you found any similar type of defects on it?
Correct.
Did you?
No.
So this was the only one that looked like that?
Yes,
Hmm.
And I'm going to put up 58. So we see other defects in the ground. What made this different?
the size of it, the directionality, the fact that it was directly underneath the shoulder where we observed an exit wound, and the fact that there was a projectile found on the floor in proximity to this defect.
Was it, let me ask you this. As a person who has processed crime scenes, fired guns themselves, did it appear to you consistent with a bullet strike?
Yes, it did.
And what were you basing that on?
The way the indentation is and how it tapers up, coming away from the body in the same direction that the projectile was located.
Did you and other detectives remove that piece of wood?
Yes, with great pain, yes.
All right, putting up exhibit 60.
It was a
Is
beautiful
that
floor
to show the piece
until they
removed, and
fucked it
exhibit
up.
61 to show the actual piece.
Correct.
One
And
damn
did you
and all.
write on it so that you would be able to later look at that piece and know how that fit into the puzzle?
Yes, it was important to make sure to establish directionality on that piece.
I can have my paralegal approach with 240.
So that was kind of going like that. Like that. Oh, she's pretty. From the side view, she's pretty. She's pretty. Come on, dude. I don't know who your baby is, but hello.
Do you recognize 244?
I do.
And is that the actual piece of floor that was removed from 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
Yes.
State will move to admit.
Wow, they even
244.
have the floor in as evidence.
Any objection?
Crazy.
244 is admitted.
And is that what then we see
Cool.
here in
I'm
Exhibit
American.
61?
It is.
Obviously, this is inside plastic, but this is the piece you're talking about.
Correct.
Natalia.
I want to talk to you a little bit about
She's pretty.
the
But
rest
this
of the
ain't Karen
house,
Reed
and
now,
then
Minnie.
eventually I'm going to come back to this.
This is LORIVALLOW.
told us that-
Would now be a good time to take our
Sure.
afternoon
Yes.
recess? Since we're close to 3, why don't we take our afternoon recess?
I
stretch
knew
break,
they
et
were going to
cetera?
take a break. I
Please
knew
remember the
it.
admonition. We'll resume in about
knew it.
15 minutes.
I knew it. Thank you for coming in, Minnie. I appreciate you. I do Karen Reed streams at night. And she's almost got a jury. They just need 4 more people. 4 more people to fill the spot. Let me get this all the way till. Come on. She is. She is. I can't wait to see what her cross is going to be with this witness. I just can't wait. She would make anybody disappear. Anybody she thought was a zombie, you know. That's her thing. If you didn't go by, you know, her cult, you're a zombie. You're a freaking zombie, you know. I guess we're zombies, Minnie. No, he's about her crazy, you know. Shit. He's doing he's doing death row. He's on death row. I don't know why they didn't try to do the death penalty case here. I really don't. Since they fucked up in Idaho, they should have did the death penalty case on this one. But they didn't. And I don't know how many life sentences one person can do without parole. You can only do so much. It's all money and for the, you know, victim's family, of course. But hey, it is what it is. Gives me something to watch. Gives me something to watch. Damn it, they went on break and I need a break. I need to go smoke. And I have no, I don't have a way to talk on outside. So this is a bunch of crap. But yeah, I can't wait for Karen Reed's trial to start. That's when this one will go to the nighttime and Karen Reed will take precedence over this. But I'm going to be smart and not do hers till freaking because they start at 9 and they're 2 hours 2 hours ahead of me. So I won't start until 9, and then there you have it. And I could get through all the breaks and everything. But then I don't think anybody will come to my streams. So it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm trying to get to 1,000. I'm trying. Little engine that could. I will get there. My goal is to be monetized by the end of the year. I will get there. My watch hours are shooting up. I will freaking get there. Somebody will like me eventually. Somebody will like me. If I was a hot blonde, they really would like me. You'll be home? Wait, were you out? Were you out somewhere? Shoot, I am home. But yeah. This is just freaking nuts. I cannot wait for Cross. I just can't wait for her Cross. I think she's gonna lose it. I think if it's not this detective, she's gonna lose it on one of them. No, because then it'll leave dead air. I don't want to do that. Oh, Minnie, how's my yelling been? I've been trying not to be so loud. I have no voice regulation, but I've been trying since you told me. Well, if you're not home now, then safe travels. Safe travels. But yeah, I can wait 15 minutes. Yeah, although they're not going to take no damn 15 minutes. They'll take freaking 20. And what sucks is we still got an hour and a half of this shit. Well, actually 2 hours because they're half an hour behind. Or they're delayed to half an hour. Yeah, no problem. I listen to criticism. I don't get all sensitive, you know. Without criticism, how are you to make better? Travel safely, commercial place. I know sometimes, like when I'm going off, I get a little loud, but it just irritates me. Like certain shit irritates the fudge out of me. Like your favorite person, he likes to follow me everywhere he goes and drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. If I share a link out, he's there. I'm tired of him. Tired. Cristobal is telling me that there's going to be trouble over here real soon. Oh no. You mean the trolls are coming? That's all right. I'm used to trolls. Well, with your magic wand, you can make them disappear. Oh, shit. There's never trouble over here. I'm an angel. I'm a pain in the ass angel, but I'm still an angel. Depending on what kind of trouble you're talking about, Minnie, I could, Are people streaming my life? Is that what you're trying to tell me? I don't care if they are. Or did somebody share me out? Because that's what they do. Come on, Minnie, you can't leave me hanging. Like, you can't tell me you got a crystal ball and then don't tell me what your crystal ball really says. Like, what kind of trouble? Do I have to click my heels 3 times and say, there's no place like home? There's no place like home. Right. A pangle. Pain in the ass angel. I just adopted a new name. First, I've adopted Mayonnaise Queen. Now I've adopted Pangle. Hey, that's all right. I'll adopt names. Minnie, you're not freaking responding. This is irritating, sir. At least my time's going by quickly here. Even though I want to go smoke. I know. Tell me 2 times. Pangle. Oh, wait. 2 times 6. 2 times 6? Wait, you mean I gotta do math? I don't want to do math. Oh, I thought I got out of school. Mama! I miss you. See, Minnie, I really wanted to scream. I miss you. I hope you're doing well. I miss you. I miss you and your creative self. I miss you. I do miss you. Well, yeah, tell me something I don't know, Mama. Does he tell you every time I see him, I ask where you are? Pain in that butt. I'm the pain in the butt. I'm a pangle. I'm a pangle. Pain in the ass angel. Oh, I miss you. I do miss you. I miss you. I hate that these jerk faces ran you off. And not meaning like they did it, but their actions, like, I hate that. Sucks they ran me off too. You're a mean ass angel. I could be that too. Hey, we all could do that sometimes. Oh, Dark! Hey, I miss you too. You can feel the love, okay? I miss everybody that I don't see until I see them. Does that help? Oh, shit. Oh my gosh, Mama. I so miss you. Just haven't seen you forever or talked to you in forever. Just sucks. Doobie doo 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 doo. Do 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 do. Oh shit. It's like, this is the break that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. Some people started going on breaking, not knowing what it was. And they'll continue breaking just forever, just because. is pissing on people. They miss it. Oh, wow. Why do I got to be pissing on people? That's not nice. That's like golden showers for everyone. They miss it. They missed it. They miss me pissing on everybody. I did it on live. Y'all missed it. Because you weren't here. See what happens when you guys disappear? See? See what I do? I just go batshit crazy. See? Springfield. Yeah. Hey, come on back, Court. Hey, Court. Hello, Court. Judge, sir. Can we get going? Can we get going, sir? Please, por favor. Mi amor. No, you're not my love, but por favor. Vámonos a la chingada. Come on. Oh, yeah, I'm making my own cult now. You must do what I say. No, I wouldn't want anybody to like blindly follow after me. No, because I'll show you what not to do. Wait, Dark Cat. Never mind. Let me shut up. I was going to say the inappropriate name for a cat. But anyhow. What are you cooking for dinner, Dark? You're always cooking something good. Come on, break. See, this is why I need to get me a co-host. I really do. That way I could go over shit and not go crazy. And it would fill the dead air because I'm not good at talking to myself. I'm not good at talking to myself. Even though, every once in a while someone will type in my chat, I'm still talking to myself, and I don't want to do that. It feels weird. It feels like I'm going insane talking to myself. I talk in my head, not outside, Dark dinner ain't bad. Yeah. Right? And what's he cooking for dinner? He's not. Come on, Dark. What you cooking for dinner? Now you're on the way. Chili rellenos? Oh my yum. Oh, I haven't had that forever. I don't like you right now. I knew you were making something good. I knew it. And one of these days, could you ship me a plate? Always making something good. Always. No chili on rhinos. It's chili rellenos. Rellenos. I don't know if I said that right. But I love chili rellenos. I do. I like chili verde too. I like smothered burritos. Yeah. Smothered burritos. One day I really need to get some Mexican food because I can't make it. I never got taught how. And that's my favorite kind of food, I think. That and Italian. Where'd Mama go? Where the hell did Mama go? She just popped in and then she left? Rude. So rude. So rude. I miss her. So rude. Oh, can you turn the microphone on? Hello. Turn the microphone on. Magic. Magic. Hey, Magic. Turn the fucking microphone on. Hello? Did you forget? Uno, dos, tres. Turn on the freaking microphone. Turn that bitch up. Hey, we can't hear. Hello? Hello? Hey, camera people? We can't fudge in here. That'd be nice if we could hear. Did you forget the microphone? Hello? 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 You know, I can't go smoke until you guys get your freaking shit straight. Irritating as hell.
What did you note here?
So there was again another
Now
another
I'm gonna go
bag,
smoke. I'm
and
still
more
here.
specifically, there was a pistol that was laying on the floor.
We'll
Where
start
was
with
the pistol?
72 here.
Can we see the
Is
damn
that just
picture?
like a garbage bag with some clothes in it?
I really
Yes.
hate that we can't see these fucking pictures.
So of more relevance to you was what was next to it.
Correct.
What did you find there? What is this orange thing there? And we see a whole lot of placard numbers.
Right. So the placard numbers are obviously identifying particular items that are going to be seized as evidence. That we have the orange bag with what appears to be a gun box inside, and then we have the pistol. And the three placards next to the pistol are specific for the pistol itself, the magazine from the pistol, and potentially the chambered round in the pistol.
So 74, is that a close-up of that pistol?
It is.
What kind of pistol was that?
Pardon.
What caliber was it?
It's a 45.
Is that the same caliber as the casings that you had found in the front room next to Charles?
Yes.
Does this show another angle of that pistol in 75?
Yes, looking at the top of the pistol.
When the pistol, as we see, is picked up in 76, the individual's wearing gloves. Why is that?
Again, to help preserve the evidence in the event that DNA were to need to be done, we could articulate that we did not touch it with our bare hands to impart our DNA onto it.
Are you visually looking at this gun to see, and this is 77, if there is any visible biological evidence, blood on this gun?
Yes, we do look at them to help determine that.
And did you observe any biological evidence, any blood or what appeared to be blood on this handgun?
No, ma'am.
If you had observed that, would you have noted it and photographed it and documented it?
Yes.
Now, when you got this gun, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in 78 and 79, is that photographs of the magazine in the gun?
Correct.
So when we talk about the magazine, I'm going to go back to showing Exhibit 76, where is that in this picture?
So you can see the base of the magazine at the bottom of the grip, close to what would be the individual's left thumb. There's that black piece of plastic that extends horizontally across the base of the grip.
And so that's the magazine that you then took out that we see in 79.
Correct.
And why is the magazine removed?
Well, we have to make the weapon safe, and that's the first step in making it safe, is to remove any more source of ammunition that could feed into it.
Was there a cartridge or a live round in the chamber?
Yes.
So how do you make that safe then?
Well, the only way you can is to manipulate the slide to force the extractor to pull the cartridge out, and the ejector kicks the cartridge out.
Also in this photo, there was this orange bag, and you had told us that inside of it, we can kind of see the corner here. We see it better in 82. Did you remove an item from that orange bag?
Yes.
And I'm going to show 83, 84. What is that we see there?
That is a gun box that is consistent with the firearm that was laying on the floor.
So consistent with the 45 caliber handgun.
Correct.
And that was inside this orange bag. Was there any live rounds? And I'm going to show you exhibit 85, also in that orange bag.
Yes.
And a closer up of that, was that another 45 caliber round?
It is.
And so when we say it was live, it hadn't been fired yet.
Yeah, cartridge has not been fired.
We start then by having my paralegal can take up exhibits 237 or 246. You can approach them at 237 and 246. Do you recognize 237 and 246?
Yes.
And is that the gun and the magazine that we see here in exhibit 76?
It is.
The gun that was found in that pink room?
Correct.
State will move to admit 237 and 246.
Any objection?
Is Mr. Coons saying that he didn't take those, but he recognizes them from being in evidence? Is that correct?
I think he testified he recognizes them to be the same items from the scene.
No objection.
237 and
246.
237 and 246 are admitted.
Now I have my paralegal approach with 247, 248, and 236. Sorry. Do you recognize 247, 248, and 236?
Yes, I do.
And are those what we saw in Exhibit 83, the gun case, as well as in 73, the orange bag that the gun case was in, and hold on. What we see in 85, the single live round that was found inside that bag.
Correct.
State will move to admit 247, 248, and 236.
Any objection?
Just a foundation, Your Honor. If he could give a serial number or something that could authenticate those.
Well, he testified that those were the items that he recovered from the scene, so I guess you can question him about that on cross. Give me the numbers again.
247, 248, and 236.
Those items are admitted.
As you continued sort of in this hallway, Exhibit 88, do you, can you put us into perspective of where that is? I'm going to put 19 sort of back up. Where is, what we see, this room with the blue on it, Exhibit 88?
So those two doorways would be on the south side of the hallway that leads up to the pink or maroon room. Specifically, the blue one would be the most southwestern bedroom of the home, and then the other doorways to the hall bathroom.
Okay. So again, did you go into room, this blue room, and look for any potential items of evidence?
Yes.
So in the room with the sort of child themes on it, did you find anything bloody in there?
No, ma'am.
Any ammunition in there?
No.
In the pink room, we saw the gun. Did you see any, did you look in the floor of that room to see if there was any blood drops in the pink room?
Yes.
So I'm going to go back 1 second to 87. So on this floor and the bed and around here, did you notice any blood in that room?
No.
No blood swiped across a wall?
No.
No blood on that orange case?
The orange bag?
Correct.
No.
No blood on the black case for the gun?
No.
Or the extra magazines that were in there, any blood on those?
No. None seen.
Okay. So then in the blue room, did you do the same sort of thing? Look to see if there was any bloody clothing, any blood swipes, any blood drops, that sort of thing in there?
Correct. No items of bloody anything was discovered in there.
Okay. And nothing on the floor either?
Correct.
When we go to 92, you said that was the hall bathroom next to it?
Yes.
Do we see that in 93 and 94 here?
Yes.
Did you look in everything, like even the sinks, to see if you saw blood there?
Yes.
Along the countertop to see if you saw blood there?
Correct.
Did you note any bloody items, any
Okay, hold on. Let me
That's-
stop this for a second.
was anywhere in that bathroom?
That is weird. Okay, let me tell you something. That is freaking weird. If he was hit in the head with the bat before he decided to shoot Charles Vallow, and he was bleeding, bleeding beforehand. How come, like, he didn't put his hand to his head, and then take the weapon out? How come there's no freaking blood? That's suspicious. To me, that seems like a stage freaking scene, if you ask me. It seems so strange. It's so blah, blah, blah. So staged. It's not even funny. Like, There's no biological material and no blood on the bat. Then there's no blood on the case. There's no blood on the bag. There's no blood on the wall. They don't find any blood transfer from, his head. But yeah, it's just dumb as hell. Like, how is this a self-defense case, mind you? How can she conceivably say this was self-defense? There's no blood anywhere. And there would be blood transfer. Because I know if I was donked in the head, I would be going like this first. I would be like, to make sure I'm not bleeding. Wow. Lori, do you hear what he said? That there was no blood anywhere? Lori, you better bring your A game with these questions, girlfriend.
I did not.
Wow.
When you were walking down that hallway to those rooms, did you look on the floor there to see if there were any blood drops or blood trails or swipes of blood on the wall?
Yes.
Did you observe any there?
No.
So 98 here, can you put us in perspective of what we're seeing?
So this would be towards the feet of the body, where the hall splits to the kitchen and then to the bedrooms that we were just discussing.
Okay.
This is very
99,
strange.
is this like a lanyard that was hanging on the wall there?
Yes.
So wasn't knocked off or anything?
No, it's where we found it.
And as you go through 99 there, is that how you entered, one of the ways you could enter into the kitchen?
Correct.
And is this sort of a view of that?
Yes.
So in the kitchen, did you look on the floor there to see if there were any blood drops?
Yes.
Any
along with
there?
the cabinets to see if there were blood drops there.
Any there?
Yes.
When you got to the sink, I'm going to put exhibit 103 and then 104. Did you observe a small amount of what appeared to be blood on the faucet itself?
Yes.
Did you look sort of as well in the sink itself to see if there was any blood there?
Yes.
Did you observe any there?
Did not see any visible blood.
Now, when you're going through the house and looking to
It's
see if you note any
weird.
bloody items
The
or
only
any other
place
items
was
of
on the
evidence,
sink. The only place was on the sink. Why would it be on the sink? Is that where he got dunked in the head? But if you had blood transfer on your hand, blood transfer on your hand, you would have blood transfer on other things. This is weird.
are you looking in things like trash cans?
Yes.
So was this the trash can in the kitchen, for instance?
Yes.
And did you note any bloody rags or towels or anything thrown in there?
No, ma'am.
You said that there was also sort of a living area in there.
Correct.
I'm going to put up exhibit 112 to get a better perspective of that. So is this the doorway we were talking about?
Yes.
And so the kitchen here opens up into the living room.
Correct.
Did you look through that area to see if you saw any blood on the floors?
Yes.
Did you observe? it?
Wow.
No.
Did you look through
That's
that area to
crazy.
see if there was any blood on any of the furniture or walls or anything like that?
Yes.
Did you observe any of that?
No.
In exhibit 111, where does this doorway lead?
That leads back out to the mirrored room, the main room where the body is.
So when we were talking about the two doorways, one sort of directly into the kitchen and the other sort of more towards the end of the kitchen living area.
Yes,
This is what you were talking about.
correct.
And in Exhibit 113, can we see sort of both of those doorways?
Yes,
That's just crazy.
And 114, overall perspective of that.
another perspective of it, yes.
So throughout
Happy
this whole
birthday
area,
to Toby
again, we're
Ryan.
looking for anything that might be relevant because you have one chance to document.
The only living kid of Lori Vallows. Happy birthday to him. He's 29 years old. Happy birthday to him.
Is it correct?
Correct.
When we talk about 115 and we talked about the original layout of the house, is this that front entrance area again?
Yes, it is.
And where are we looking in this perspective?
So you were looking in a north direction.
Where does that head towards?
It heads towards the garage, the master bedroom, and I believe a room that could double as an office.
So when we go along this wall here that we see in 115,
Yeah, we're not getting to cross today.
116, 117, is this the sort of what we would call office or playroom?
Yes,
Why aren't they showing the
Look through there,
pictures?
see anything bloody in there?
we looked and found nothing.
Was there like a powder room in this area?
Yes,
And did you
No
search that
pictures?
as
Why
well?
aren't they showing the
was.
pictures?
And again, you're looking in sinks and in trash cans?
correct.
And did you observe in 121, 122, the trash can and toilet and sink, any bloody items there?
No,
Was there a laundry room in this area?
there was.
And I'm putting up 123 and 124. Did
I
you
really
look
think
through
he
the laundry area
dunked
to see if you saw
himself
any
in the head.
bloody items
I
in
really
here?
believe that
It
now.
was looked through, yes.
I really believe that now.
So although there's some clothing and some folded towels, none of those had blood evidence on them.
Nothing that stood out with blood evidence, no.
And then again, even looking in the trash cans. that we
That's a
see in
place you can
126
find
and
holes,
127.
Lori.
Correct.
That is so strange. That is so strange.
128, are we now heading into the master bedroom?
Yes,
129, was there sort of an office setup in there as well? 130.
correct.
Did you find her
And are
portal
you,
in the
again, looking
closet?
through the floor, looking everywhere for any items of evidence?
Correct. Anything to indicate that what happened in the other room transferred into this.
Okay. Or any cleanup from after it?
Correct.
As you went through this, did you do the same sort of thing, looking through the floor and walls, 132, 133 for any?
Oh,
blood
now you want to
evidence?
show the
Correct.
fucking pictures, you dick.
Did you observe any in the bedroom?
No.
Do you go into the master bathroom and check there as well?
Yes.
The 134, 135. Did you observe any evidence, blood evidence in the master bathroom?
It did not.
And again, checking even the toilet itself as well as the trash can
Yes.
that we see in 137 and 138. So other than the one drop or whatever smear of blood on the kitchen faucet, did you see any other blood evidence at the scene?
No.
Let me put that in a different way, other than what was around Charles's remains.
Correct. No trails, no swipes, nothing that other than the sink faucet in the kitchen and the area where the body was.
That's crazy.
So
That's fucking crazy. If you got donked in your head, I know you're grabbing for what? What, did he wait to wash his hands, then go get the gun? This is weird. It's weird.
you told us that you cleaned up the blood there and you saw that
It's so
defect in the
weird.
ground that was consistent, or in the flooring, that was consistent with a bullet strike, correct?
Correct.
When you were looking at this scene, we'll start with 15. Did you note injuries to Charles Vallow himself?
Yes.
On the front of him, where did you note the gunshot wounds to him?
Immediately before the medical examiner arrived, the only visible gunshot wound was in the lower left abdomen area.
Did you learn one was in the chest underneath some of the medical debris?
Yes.
When you are looking at this scene, are you able to utilize part of your shooting reconstruction training to try to determine any type of trajectory, or if anything is consistent with trajectory based upon the scene itself, items that you are able to view there?
I do try to apply my knowledge of that to the scenes as I go to them and go through them, and with whatever evidence or information comes directly back to me.
Are you relying on, for instance, the location of Mr. Vallow?
That's part of it.
Are you relying on the location of the casings?
That's another part of it. Not a major part, but it is another part.
Are you relying on the location of the projectiles?
Yes.
When the medical examiner came, were you also able to see exit wounds on Mr. Vallow?
Yes, in conjunction with also the chest wound.
Okay. So when the medical examiner came, you saw a second injury to the front side of him.
Correct.
Where was that approximately?
In the sternum.
So for us, somewhere in,
About the center, maybe roughly the center of the chest.
okay. So, and the other one you said was in the abdomen.
Yes.
When the medical examiner was there, where did you observe other gunshot wounds on his back?
I observed another one that would have been just to the left of the spine, and then another one that would have been by the left shoulder blade scapula area.
Now,
So right here.
given the number of casings, did you start with an idea that there might be two shots?
Yes.
Given the number of wounds on Mr. Vallow, did that appear consistent with that theory?
Very much so.
So 2 entrances, 2 exits?
Yes.
When you saw the projectile that you recovered, that we see in Exhibit 20 on the side over here, that entered into that baseboard, given the injuries to Mr. Vallow and the projectiles and the location of this, were you able to determine any consistencies of where the shooter may have been when that occurred?
Approximate location, yes.
And how did you do that?
Based on the wounds to Mr. Vallow, the location of where the projectile had ended up, and where the casings were, the working theory at that point was that the firearm ejected the casings to the right, striking the wall where that has the curve there, and bounced back towards the west wall. The projectile would have continued on a relatively straight path and embedded itself in the baseboard at the other end of the room.
So would that have put the shooter somewhere in this area?
Yes.
And so that to you seemed consistent with one of the shots having gone through him and ended up what we see in Exhibit 20 over here in the baseboard, Mr. Vallow being somewhere over in this area.
Correct.
Okay. Given the information that you obtained, let me ask you this. Given the information that you saw at the scene there, again, with the casings, the injuries to Mr. Vallow, both to the abdomen and the shoulder, and then after you cleaned up the blood, the damage to the floor underneath the location of his left shoulder, were you able at that point to start have any concept or have a idea of what would be consistent with where the shooter may have been and where Mr. Vallow may have been for that shot?
Yes.
What did you base that on?
Again, a lot of the factors that have been discussed, the location of the projectile, item number 4, the defect in the floor that was underneath him, the location of the second casing. It was all consistent with the shooter having been at the feet, not necessarily right upon the feet of Mr. Vallow, but in that direction, close enough so that the projectile could again bounce off that wall and land on the west wall,
The projectile or
or the casing. Sorry.
When you were looking at this scene, I'm going to put 56 up. Obviously, there's no exact, I'm going to move Mr. Vallow this way just to kind of be looking the same direction. Did this defect appear to be in the area of Mr. Vallow's shoulder?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Vallow had been rolled a couple times by the time you cleaned that scene up.
Yes.
So you didn't like stick a rod through him there and see if that worked?
No, that would be inappropriate.
Are you even allowed to do that?
No.
Does the medical examiner frown on that?
Yes, that's, the body is theirs by law.
So you're basically able to look at where he was located and say that that is consistent with being underneath his left shoulder.
Yes, and we did take measurements of the body before it was moved.
All right. So when you measured where the body was, and then you cleaned up that blood and measured where that projectile divot was that consistent with where his left shoulder was?
Yes.
Given that information that you had at that time, were you able to draw any conclusions as to whether or not the evidence was consistent with Charles Vallow being laying on the ground when he was shot?
That's just so weird.
Very much so in the position that you see him. He was, the second shot that entered the abdomen would have been where he was lying.
Did you attend the autopsy itself?
I did.
And
What's your voice?
when you were at the, can you tell us what it means when you attend an autopsy as a detective?
So as a detective, we go to the medical examiner on the date that they're going to do the autopsy. There is the autopsy suite itself where the doctors and technicians work with the bodies. Observers will be outside of that suite, but able to communicate
Lori's
with the
gonna
staff.
take all day with the class
There's
tomorrow.
a window where
I
we can
swear
see
she
everything
is.
that's going on. And like I said, we can communicate either by a phone that's on the wall or they'll come around and talk with us. We have the ability to observe everything that transpires. There's even a camera overhead that we can manipulate to get a different view. Say the feet are towards us, we can get the camera to look at when they're working on the head or something like that.
When you were at the medical examiner's office as they were performing the autopsy, did you learn additional evidence that helped support your opinion as to whether or not Mr. Vallow was laying on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen and the bullet exited his left shoulder?
Yes.
What was that additional evidence that you considered when reaching this opinion?
Well, I had asked for specific things for the doctor to include in the examination that would help me with rendering that information. One of them was to measure the location of the bullet strikes on the body, both the entry and the exits. And then I also asked for the use of trajectory rods, if it was available, to help demonstrate the angles of the shots so that I could visibly see everything. They have the unique experience of being able to see the actual damage to the organs as it's passing through. It's not all super clear for me for that part, so the trajectory rods help out a lot.
Having observed the location of the injuries, that measurement, the trajectory rods, did that further support or go against your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
It further supported it.
In your opinion, then, can you list all the factors that you rely upon to determine that, or to reach your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the floor when he was shot in the abdomen and the shot exited his left shoulder?
The consistencies of a lot of the evidence that I had personally seen. The trajectory rods helped establish that alone, where it shows the entry into the lower left abdomen and then the exit out through the left shoulder blade area. The divot in the floor that was located underneath the body, the projectile that had expended the rest of its energy coming from underneath the body and coming to rest close to the body. There was a lack of stippling that was visible, meaning unburned powder or gunshot residue actually on the skin or clothing that we could identify. So that gave us the fact that the shooter was a bit of a ways away from the body, but the body was firmly on the floor at the time of the shot. There's just no way for the impact on the floor and the exit of the body to articulate anything else with that angle.
After you, let me ask you this. Do you recall how long you were at the scene that day?
I got there about 9 or a little after, and I think we left sometime between 1600 and 1630.
What's that in normal people time?
4 to 4:30 in the afternoon.
Did that sort of end your involvement in processing this whole scene?
The Four Peaks scene, yes.
Your Honor, the state has no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Oh, we're getting
Can
to
I have a few
cross.
minutes to defer with my advisory council before
Briefly.
we?
Yep, briefly.
You better bring it, Lori, because this is questionable. This is really questionable. If you don't know what you're doing, this is going to be a tough one. Tough to get a crack. Because he seemed very, very credible. Too bad Alex ain't here. Lori, you should have had your questions ready. She's probably saying she can't get to cross. I mean, she doesn't. She needs more time for cross today.
All right, I need to excuse the jury for just a couple minutes to resolve something. It should only take a few minutes. We'll have you wait in the jury room, and then we'll continue.
Oh my goodness. What does Lori got going on? Oh my gosh. Can you stop clicking?
All right, the jury is no longer present. Go ahead and take a short break.
A short break. Man, come on. She's supposed to have shit ready. Oh, I didn't know I was going to cross him today. I don't have my questions ready, Judge. Can we wait till tomorrow? And then she won't even have the right question.
Detective Coons, you were the scene agent that day on scene, is that correct?
Primarily, yes.
And did you work for someone else before Chandler Police Department?
United States Army, Arizona Department of Corrections, a couple other little jobs after I got out of the Army.
Did you work for Gilbert Police Department at all?
No,
What does it matter?
And as the scene agent that day, you talked about you were there. Did you write a report about that day?
yes, ma'am.
When did you write that report?
I don't know the day I sat down to write it. It was shortly after the event,
So close to July 11th, 2019?
close to it.
Within a week, maybe?
Again, I don't recall when I specifically started typing that.
And when you arrived that day, who was there already?
Patrol officers,
Just them?
the fire department might have been there. Alex Cox was there. Other detectives arrived. I couldn't tell you the order of which everybody arrived.
And where did you park?
I parked north of the scene.
And
Why
did you
does
go
it matter
directly
where
into
he
the house?
parked?
No, ma'am.
What did you do first?
We received a briefing of what patrol officers had learned. We learned that there was a body inside the residence, and we came up with an investigative plan.
Who did that debriefing to you?
I don't think anybody specifically ran the debriefing. We, as detectives, gathered around the patrol officers. and they informed us basically of what they had seen and what they had been told.
And who were those detectives with you?
Girl, there was lack of evidence.
Well,
for
Detective Duncan
fucking
would have been there with me.
self-defense,
Detective
though.
Moffett would have been there. I didn't take a roll call of all the detectives there. Possibly Detective Inclin. I don't know.
Okay. And then where did you proceed after that? Debriefing.
Well, after the debriefing, I provided the information of what I had learned to Detective Kaminsky, who is still back at the police department, and gave him the information necessary to request a search warrant for the residence.
I think it might be safe.
And then
While
what?
she does her cross.
We waited.
To get the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
To have it issued?
To see if the judge would issue it, yes.
And how long did that take?
Don't believe we got word back from the courts until it would have been probably between 11:30, 11:45, and then we made entry shortly thereafter.
So is it your protocol that you can't enter until the search warrant is issued?
That is what we do once the scene has been made secure, yes.
Okay. And then when you entered, who entered with you?
Myself, the crime scene tech, we were the initial ones. I think Detective Duncan might have come in with us as well, but that would have been the extent of the initial entry.
Do you know the name of the crime scene tech that was with you?
Jordan,
Is that the last name or first name?
the last name.
And then what did you do after that?
Well, after that, we continued to go with our normal process of having photographs taken. I did the lizard Q spheres. I completed getting information necessary for the diagram that was presented and continued to just do our job.
So is that protocol to do photographs first?
That would be our protocol, yes.
And then what do you do after that? I know that you were searching for the blood in all the rooms. When did that occur?
That occurs after the initial photographs are done, and then we can walk through and look in the particular areas that's been photographed already.
Okay, so the photographs are finished and then you guys kind of walk through.
Or at least finished in an area that we can actually walk through, yes.
Okay. And then when did you set up the tripod after, how long after that?
So the tripod was set up after the area had been photographed. So that way I wasn't interfering with anything. And that way we're not having the tripod in our original photographs.
Both, right. Makes sense. And do you think, so Detective Duncan was with you going through the house?
I believe he was there, yes.
So it was basically the two of you or three of you going through room by room, or were you split up, or how does that work?
We would have divided and conquered a little bit to make the search a little bit more expedient. But that, again, you're slowed to the time frame of what it takes to do the overall photographs.
So the photographs took about how long?
I don't ever look at my watch to see how long it takes because it's a big house, as you're aware. And I let the crime scene tech do their job. I don't push them and tell them that TikTok, there's nothing like that. It's do your job, we'll follow along.
Okay, and you guys started that process at about 11:45?
I think the actual time would have been closer to noon that we would have started that process.
And about how long did it take to go through the whole house, and about how long was that process?
Again, for me, I don't document how long it takes for any particular task because each scene is different. I just focus on doing the tasks. I rarely take a look at my watch to see how much time I'm spending on it because I want to do the job. I don't care about the time it takes.
And you did not pick up any of the evidence that was marked. That wasn't part of your protocol, is to take the evidence into custody. Is that correct?
Most of the evidence I did not pick up, correct.
And whose job is that?
We usually defer to the crime scene techs to do that. There are times that we will assist them with doing it depending on what the item is.
So that day, was it Jordan who did that? Was he the crime scene tech that took that evidence?
She would have been the one that was collecting at our direction, yes.
And so you kind of pointed out as the detectives, and then they pick it up and.
Correct, because they're trained how to handle evidence, how to package evidence, how to process. So we work in tandem together. We're the investigative body, and they're the scientific portion of it.
Makes sense. Okay, what time do you think that well, let's ask this. After you're done with the photos, and then you're done with checking the house, and all of the evidence is picked up and logged, then what else do you do at the house? What else did you do at the house that day?
Well, you just bundled that up into like tiny little package, but it took a long time to get to the point that you're talking about. So my day pretty much involved the scene. As far as ancillary jobs to go somewhere else or do other things, no, my day was pretty much spent there on Four Peaks.
Correct. Yeah. So when did you leave the residence then?
We secured from the house sometime between 4 and 4:30 p.m.
And what other tasks did I miss that you accomplished during that 12 o'clock to the 4:30 time? I just don't know what you were doing in there. I'm just wondering.
Well, we identify the proper or the evidence items. We're looking for other evidence items. I am still doing the diagram, so measurements need to be done. We have to wait for the medical examiner to arrive because we can't do anything with the body until they show up. And then once they show up, we pretty much stop with the other projects until we can focus on the body and get the body out of there, because there aren't very many investigators for the medical examiner in the county. So we don't want to tie them up longer than we have to. And then we'll resume searching or identifying information, evidence, collecting it, and working our way to a conclusion where we can leave the scene.
So after searching the whole entire house, did you guys search the backyard at all?
It was searched.
Did you do that or did someone else do
I
that?
did not.
Who would have been in the backyard searching?
It would have either been another detective or we would have asked an officer to do it.
And what would they be looking for?
Any blood evidence, anything to indicate based upon the information we had of the event that took place inside that house.
So when you made your assessment, you were able to leave after that assessment was made, that everything was accomplished?
Oh, what assessment are you talking about?
That all the evidence was gathered and collected?
That I was satisfied that we had collected what we needed to collect?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, is it showing?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, actually, let's just turn that off until we need it. Thank you.
So you stated earlier that the type of weapon that was found was a .45 caliber?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a semi-automatic?
It is.
Okay. How is that different from like a revolver? What's the difference between that?
The build itself, I like to use simplistic terms when I describe what a revolver looks like. Most people are familiar with a Western movie. So the wheel gun, that's a revolver. What you see modern police officers carrying these days are semi-autos. So that's kind of the analogy I give to people that don't know guns.
And what's the difference between when you're shooting a semi-automatic or shooting a revolver, how fast you can shoot? Does that make sense?
The speed on which somebody can shoot is dependent upon the shooter themselves, the skill level they have, the weapon they might be using. There are a lot of circumstances and things that happen to be able to qualify that statement.
Right. And you have taken many gun classes, right, that we heard of?
And I'm an instructor, yes.
And you're an instructor. So when you're taking a gun class, is it common for them to say, is it common that they tell you to shoot center mass? Is that a common term?
That is what we train as police officers, is to shoot center mass. It has the highest probability of guaranteeing a hit on the adversary that you're trying to shoot.
Right. So if you were being attacked, you should point at center mass. Is that correct?
That is what's trained, and because stress can obviously create issues, but yes.
Is it a common term to say to center mass?
No,
In training?
that is something that I've heard, but I wouldn't classify it as common.
Would you teach that in your class?
It depends on what class is and what we're actually doing. If it's standard officers, no, I don't tell them to always shoot to center mass, no.
If it was a novice who was like taking a gun class for the first time, would you teach them that?
No.
What would you teach them?
You would teach them to shoot till the threat went away, and that can be with one shot. It can be with more than one shot.
Okay, that's fair. So in this particular gun, the 45, when the shells are ejected, where do they go?
Out and away.
So in this particular gun, do they go to the right or to the left?
I've not test fired this particular gun. I believe that most semi-automatics do eject the casings out to the right. Whether it's high right, low right, I'm not sure. It could be farther forward, it could be farther back. I did not test fire this gun, so I cannot speak specifically to how this particular gun ejects, other than most likely to the right.
But it could go to the left?
No, not the way the ejection port is set up.
So no guns that are 45s could go to the left?
Certainly, you could have a left-handed gun set up that it would eject that way. But the way this particular gun is set up, the ejection port dictates which way that's going to go. When the slide cycles back and that extractor pulls the casing back, the ejector is usually located on the opposite side of the extractor, and that will kick it out of the actual ejection port of the slide.
So for someone like me who doesn't really understand guns too well, you would say that a right-handed gun, they would eject out of the right, but a left-handed gun, they could eject out of the left.
And they're very rare to see.
And do people have left-handed guns? I guess I never really thought about that.
Some people do.
If you're left-handed, you'd want that, I guess. Okay. So in this particular case, when you said in your report that the shells bounced off the wall, they had gone to the right, like they were supposed to. Is that correct?
That is what I was operating off of, yes.
And then they would have bounced to the left.
Yes, because that makes sense.
And they would have landed to the left of my husband. Is that where they were found?
Along the west wall.
Okay. But how close to the wall were they found?
The pictures show where they were found. They're relatively close to the wall, inches away.
I was gonna say inches,
Yes,
not feet, but inches.
correct.
And so would that be a normal trajectory from hitting the wall to where they landed?
I am not surprised by seeing that, yes.
According to how fast they would be going. How fast does a casing come out of a gun? I don't really know.
I've never chronographed a casing coming out of a gun. I've only
She's
chronographed
doing
bullets.
great at her.
So I have no
I'm
idea how fast
very
a casing
shocked.
comes out. It doesn't come out with enough force to really hurt anybody.
So there weren't any divots in the wall or anything like that because,
There could be microscopic divots, but it'd be very difficult to find.
and you didn't find any that were visible to the eye.
Nothing that's caught my eye, no.
These are pretty good questions. I'm shocked. I'm really fucking shocked.
So were you there at the time when Alex did the walkthrough?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were there. Did he describe where he was standing?
Sustained.
Did he show you physically where he was standing?
Sustained.
She's like, how the hell
Was there
do
a
I?
wall right next to where he was standing?
Sustained.
You can't
I'm
bring
not
that
asking
in.
for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm saying he observed this person standing in that place.
Well, you can ask him if he observed Mr. Cox standing in that place.
Okay. Did you observe Mr. Cox standing in the room where he told you that the gun was?
I observed him standing in the vicinity that he indicated.
And was that in the hallway or in the main room?
Why?
Right.
There's one right there.
If the question.
There's one
is
right
in
there.
relation To Mr. Cox showing or
Wish you would stop
recreating or
doing that.
demonstrating, then the objection is sustained.
Where did you observe Mr. Cox standing when he went through the walkthrough to?
Well, that's the testimony that I'm saying is a form of hearsay. So please ask a different question.
Because you can't bring in the
I'm trying to
video.
understand, Your Honor. So what the witness observed is not relevant?
I didn't say that. Let's do a sidebar.
Okay, I would love that.
Because you can't bring the video in because Alex is deceased. And that's hearsay. It's a whole hearsay thing, even though it's a video evidence. It's still hearsay. It is still hearsay. And you can't get past that there was no blood anywhere except for on the sink. So it makes me think he was bopped in the head by himself to stage the scene. It really does. This is crazy. Can we come back tomorrow? Please don't tell me we're going to stay.
Detective Coons, where would you place the shooter standing in that room?
I would place the shooter in the area of where the curve of the wall was in the kind of the hallway entry area, somewhere in that general area.
Still.
So would you have it, what direction would you place him standing? Facing, I mean, not standing, but facing.
For which shot?
The first one.
The first one in a more northeasterly, easterly direction.
Mhm. And the second?
In a more northern direction with a slight deviation to the east.
So would you have him stepping forward? Is that what you're saying?
No,
What direction would you have him moving?
I didn't say the shooter moved.
You're just saying that he shot from a different angle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you think he was standing in the same location?
I don't know that.
That's for the jury to decide. But good question.
So according to where you put him standing with the first shot, the casing bounced off of the wall to the right and landed to the left.
Correct.
And then where you have him standing in the second shot, the same thing happened.
Approximately, yes.
And how far apart were those casings found?
I don't have the specific measurement of how far apart they were. They were a few feet.
So they're a few feet apart.
Yes.
So if he was standing in the same place, would they be a few feet apart
He didn't say that.
or would they be closer?
He didn't say that.
It depends on a different amount of things, like how was the gun being held? Was it canted to the side? Was it not? What the angle was. Could the shooter have moved? A little, but it would have been the same general vicinity.
But you said he didn't move, according to you.
I said I didn't say he moved.
So he could have moved because they were more than a foot apart.
He
the
don't
casings
know.
found.
A little, yes. Would have been in the same general area.
So he could have taken a couple steps.
He don't
Perhaps.
know.
Could have slid the body sideways. Anything that you can do to the body, it could have been done in a short area.
And is that common in, I don't know with shooting, if it's that common with someone to shoot once and then move and shoot again?
It's speculation.
I'll sustain it on speculation.
In your experience as a firearms expert who fires a lot of guns, right? Would that be a common thing to
Don't
do?
be condescending. You can't
All right, I'll
speculate.
sustain the objection as to speculation.
Let's talk about stippling.
Oh, Lord. Do you know anything
The
about
first
stippling?
shot, according to you, had stippling. Is that correct?
No,
It did not have any stippling.
none was observed.
And the second shot,
None was observed.
no stippling was observed.
Correct.
So meaning he wasn't.
Is that what's in the
close to anyone.
ME's report?
I believe so.
That there was no stippling?
He's not the ME.
Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
Girl, 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 girl. You are not paying attention to what he's saying. Like he's already discussed all this. You're trying to find you need to find holes, and you're not finding any holes. You're just asking him, what'd you do this? What'd you do this? Like he already answered that. You're asking the same questions the state asked.
When you were observing the autopsy, the ME didn't say anything about stippling?
I don't recall any mention about stippling.
And you didn't have a discussion with him about it?
We would have if he'd observed any.
And so if he said that to someone else, you would be surprised?
I don't know what he had in his notes. I didn't author his report.
Can you describe stippling for us? What that is?
Sure. It's basically a combination of particles that come out from behind or follow the projectile as it exits the barrel. A lot of times it's partial burned or unburned powder, and
You're hoping that there's
it's a
stippling.
short distance phenomenon.
You're You're hoping that there was stippling on the body. That means that the body was coming towards him on the first shot. But we'll see what the ME says.
So the person has to be extremely close for the pattern to actually present itself in the particles embed in the clothing or the skin.
So if stippling was found, how far away would the gun have to be from the victim
That depends on the gun.
on this 45 semi-automatic?
I am not a expert on the stippling patterns. That is something that we would have to send to the lab for. And what they would do is they would test it with witness panels at different distances to give that information.
Is there an estimate?
That's where it would come in. Usually the medical examiner, if they
3 feet
observe
usually.
stippling, will give an estimate of close or contact.
Yeah.
So would you be surprised if he said 2 to 4 feet?
If that's what he says.
That if there's stippling, then the gun would have to be 2 to 4 feet.
It's possible, but I wouldn't hold my hat on that, no. I would have to have the gun tested for that.
Okay. And
Is
so,
this a good spot to break for the evening?
Thank you,
sure,
Jesus.
Your Honor.
I mean, I'm not cutting you off. If you want to ask a few more questions, that's fine.
Nope. That's fine.
All right, we'll take our evening recess. Members of the jury, please remember the admonition. I'll remind you to specifically avoid any outside information, any information about this case outside this courtroom. And we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
See if they put anything else on. But if they don't, then we'll end. We'll end, and then I'll be back in 2 hours. Woo! Or my other life.
All right, the jury is no longer present. Please be seated.
Okay, they are putting stuff on.
Will you inform us in the morning of exhibits you anticipate that you might need during the rest of your cross-examination?
Hey, it's the
prior to
cute
us starting? Because
guy.
There are a lot of photographs to try to sift through.
He's
to
in a
get the
blue
ones that
shirt
you need.
today,
Um,
not a white shirt. He's a blue shirt
You
today.
have a
Hey,
habit
blue
of
shirt.
when a witness answers a question to add something on the end of their answer. For
Cube
example,
is
during
his
this
name.
witness, you said,
Cube.
I wasn't aware of that. Another time you said, I don't know much about guns.
Shout
On
out
previous
to Cube.
witnesses, you've said, that's what I recall.
Supposedly
or,
that's Cube. Allegedly that's Cube.
I'm not really sure. When you say those types of things, it's a form of testimony. Okay, so I'm going to caution you to try to refrain from doing that. After the answer, just move on to your next question, okay?
Sure.
All right. Anything else from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. I received information that a couple different detectives have been subpoenaed and asked to appear tomorrow. There was no phone number for them to call in to say they received their subpoena, and they were asked and I advised them that they need to come here, but I am happy to pass that along, or I wasn't sure if they need to come here tomorrow or not, but I've been asked to.
All right, so I'm clear. The defense subpoenaed a few detectives. The information in the subpoena says they need to appear tomorrow.
Correct, along with one civilian who also reached out to us, Joe Congrats.
Okay, but was there
Detective Moffett and Joe Congrats are who I'm aware of. We were given a subpoena with no number to call and confirm, just says to come here tomorrow.
It was my understanding that the subpoenas were to say to call to check in beginning on the date tomorrow because we didn't know where we would be at this point in trial.
Who do you want them to call to see when they actually need to be here? Because obviously the state's not going to finish their case this week, I don't think.
Correct.
I can give the defense their numbers. I don't know how, I just wanted, I mean, obviously if she wants them to come here on,
I will tell them that. I just was passing that along as Chad is obviously.
So it sounds like the subpoena may have been missing some information of who they should check in with to make sure they report on the correct date and time. So who do you want them to call? Those witnesses? Your investigator?
Yes.
And, okay, so we don't need to put it on the record, but the state will pass the investigator's number along, name and number along to those witnesses, and they'll call your investigator, but you're saying they don't need to report tomorrow, correct?
Correct. I didn't get to see those subpoenas. They went straight from my paralegal to OPDS, so I'm not quite sure what they said.
Okay, so I'll direct the state to provide that information, contact information, and that those witnesses just need to stay in contact with the investigator.
Perfect.
Anything else for before tomorrow
No, Your Honor, that's it.
from the defense? All right, we'll be at recess.
All righty, it's done until tomorrow. So yeah, I appreciate everybody that came by and joined me in this crazy trial. Lori's trying to do a good job. I will give her credit. I am giving her credit. The questions she asked about the gun, good questions. Good questions. I really like that. Anyways, as I ended always, let the ones you love and care about know that you love and care about them, because tomorrow is never promised. And, you know, be aware of your surroundings, because you may have LORIVALLOW in your midst, or, you know, you may have some of the witness in your midst in the Karen Reed trial. All right, everybody stay blessed. Bye.
Turn me up, AV.
Like the spotlight, recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah, pretty honesty. Know just what it is, I got it on me. And you hold me down, you like my homie. Just know I got you down, just what it gon' be. Definition of bestie, definition of friendship, definition of rider, definition relentless. She's a strong woman. She's a sweet lady, she's a great mother, let your pain get aching. Yeah, I made that girl on YouTube. She never dims my light or put me in her dark mood. And I thank you, you appreciate it. You're my favorite girl on YouTube, and I can't fake it. You still got faith in me, make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Who still got faith in me, make me feel like big. DJ Khaled voice, pretty hot. Met a little shawty on this show called BDP, you know what I'm talking about? Shit. We been cool ever since, my nigga, know what I'm talking about? Put your eyes on me, like the spotlight. Recognize me showing love, then got my grind right. Ain't never since day one the love been on side. And since you got my back, I got your back for life. Yeah.